It's getting weird. That was weird. Yeah, sorry for the little intermission from streams. I forgot that, you know, I could do absolutely nothing with my life if I wanted to, so I decided to do that for the last couple days. I just like sat on my ass and did nothing. So I decided to do that. And I had to wait for the spray paint to get here for this crown. So let me just make sure I posted that I'm live everywhere, and then we will start chipping away at this. All right. Controller is charged. We are ready to go. Thank you, MSK. Why is this suddenly happening? I don't understand. The way the game was like, you have some cosmetics if you want, Diva. I'm like, oh. All right now.
Covered in nicks and lumps.
I literally forgot what's happening in the story.
How are you feeling, Joshua?
Hi, Key.
But not nearly as well
Hi,
as
baby.
you should be. Your cuts and burns may have healed, but your body still bears the burden of every spell cast.
And what would you have had me do? It was no ordinary foe we faced. It was the Warden of Darkness. Yet still, it was not enough. The king could have ended me at
Thank you
any
so
moment,
much.
but instead chose to toy with me like a curl does a mouse.
You underestimate yourself.
Oh, it was crystal clear. Only one man established his dominance that day, and that man was Barnabas. I'm sorry, brother. That was ill-spoken. It's just, I have never felt so powerless. And when so many are looking to us for strength, perhaps the prince feels the same.
Me and a blue lip, are you shocked? Are you gagging? Hi, Donnie. An ice queen has to have her monster energy drink. Ding! I have a ding, hold on. Thanks, babe. I care. Another shirtless scene. Hey. Oh my god, free top surgery.
What is this place?
Don't move.
Hi, game over. I wanted to have some fun with cosmetics today, you know? We gotta do more series, and then I gotta do... I love when we do looks inspired by the series. It's so fun to just fuck around with makeup and have a good time. But it's hard when video games suck nowadays. So, you know. It's hard to be inspired when everything is like 70. Did you guys see the rumor that GTA might be $160? I said, excuse me? That better pay for my fucking child to go through college.
Spirits sometimes get lost, and that the lanterns guide them to their proper place. I set one on the river for her when she passed away.
Okay, I see it. I love that. I keep trying to watch the cutscene, but I keep looking at you because you look incredible. Thanks, Sapphire. I don't even know what's happening. It's been a couple days, so I forget. And like, we're literally about to go into like some of the most brutal fights of the game, and I'm like, I forgot how to play. So like, this should be fun. Oh my god, I should do a cunty toad look. I should buy like the hat.
Fiend works from the shadows.
When I do a cunty toad look.
Was it you who guided my hand then, Ultima?
Thanks, Key. So you're saying I should take pictures?
No, not you. This is my doing, my fault, my sin to bear. And for it, I must atone.
Your hurts are healing nicely. It was my poultices that saw you well.
You make them.
And sell them, or try to.
I like that this girl with the
That's
medicine's
enough
getting a
bread,
storyline.
most
Okay.
days.
Forgive me. I have nothing to...
I know, but I couldn't just leave you lying there.
You better not be the cunty medicine girl from Final Fantasy 16, me AF. Why is he caked up? Did you see his booty cheeks? Oh.
You're going then?
Of course.
I usually just rip everything off as soon as the camera goes off for a stream. I go, whoosh,
Thanks to
and
you
then, you know,
and your poultices.
and I'll take pics.
Will you promise to come back and visit?
I'm too spicy. Too spicy. Don't stop. Sorry, I was listening to K-pop.
Well, Phoenix, it would seem that I owe you my wings.
One of my best looks in a blue lip. Not me counteracting myself all these years of me shit talking a blue lip.
You can
Oh,
find an answer.
and oh.
You will be returning to Waloed soon, I gather.
I see no reason to wait.
I mean, my origin story is with blue, so that's probably why I look so good, is because I am very familiar with blue and painting blue.
You will take your medicine.
Hi, Harley.
Of course, Lady Daya.
Set on leaving already, are you?
How long will it take us to get back to Ash?
Dunno, about the same amount of time it took us to get here. Maybe less, if your uncle can find someone.
I just redid all my bot commands and like, it's not working still. Like, why?
Yes. It's not as if we can put ashore
It's
as we
like
choose.
making me look like a
We have to
noob
assume that the whole of
streamer.
Ash is hostile, and that we'll be attacked on sight.
Then we
I added new sound commands though.
And I have an idea who might know of one.
The professor! I'll go and tell you come in.
While you're plotting our course,
Now
I'll
to
be
go
in the
home and
shelves
have the
with
rest
your
of that
lawsman.
pasta.
I wish to pick his brains about Ultima.
Then I'll talk to Karen about supplies for the journey. They may not be easy to come by in Ash.
Listen, I love fan art. I'm not gonna force you, but I would like it.
Your brother's body won't take much more of this recklessness. You know that, don't you?
I do.
And like, ironically enough, this isn't the hair I was gonna wear for this look. I was gonna wear a white wig, but I actually really like the blue. So this is a double stack.
I still say it were a compliment.
Ah,
supply. Please.
I'm not here for mid.
Then why not ask Molly if you...
As soon as the enter... And we're going to need it.
Preferably one... If it were that... Very little we have... If there is...
I know everyone in this game is hot. Oh, I almost fell backwards.
The one they call the last king. Understand him, and you will understand the kingdom of Waloed. Barnabas was only a boy when he arrived from beyond the southern seas, and barely a man before he united the ragged tribes of Ash. And having unleashed them upon the formidable Veldt,
Okay, felt that though.
he set his throne upon the ancient kingdoms.
I haven't like felt the inspiration to do like looks, but like ironically enough, ever since the fire, I've been like appreciating everything I have and like wanting to do more with what I have. So that's probably why I did something like this. Kind of repurposing things into like a brand new look. Because this was when this crown I originally bought for when we played Bayonetta. And all this jewelry is just what I've had, but like it's like broken jewelry, so I made it into like the crown around. So
a bold declaration of intent.
Just repurpose it. And this pearl fucking necklace is from forever ago. It's like shit. It's poopy. It's not even white. It's like tan, but I couldn't just wear no necklace.
Remains unclear. Regardless, if the order to attack truly came from King Barnabas, then one thing is certain. Waloed has achieved the impossible.
Thanks,
and made
Babs.
bedfellows of beast men
Thanks, Babs.
and the ether-addled alike. All of which is a roundabout way of saying that you will be in unknown territory when you set foot on Ash. Much of the continent has already been lost to the Blight, and what few ports remain will be fiercely guarded. And that is to say naught of its natural defenses.
Okay, Bubble Bath.
Will cast an ill-equipped ship out to sea.
But yeah, I ordered for Mortal Kombat, so I got yesterday, okay. Miss Thing. Enough. The cough was really bad today. The last couple days it wasn't bad at all. But I think because the weather is changing so frequently, it's not helping at all. But it was like really bad today. So I don't know what that means or what's to come, but I do have an appointment. I do have to meet with my doctor, my primary care, about my estrogen in my hormones. So I'm just gonna be like, hey, can you like prescribe like an antibiotic? Because like I might have an infection like in my chest. So I have that when I move again, and that's that week of the Mortal Kombat reveal release. So that week is gonna be crazy, but I'm excited, but I'm just stressed about it. Like I have to move and then stream Mortal Kombat like 2 or 3 days after, but at least I'll be in a comfortable spot for a long time. I just hope I don't cough my lash or wig off, because it's really bad today. I also like don't think it's like when I cough and I'm like coughing, I feel it in the back of my throat like it's mucus, and I'm like, I've tried every allergy med and I don't understand like what it is. Like it feels congested in my nose, so I don't know how to stop it. Like I'm doing the nasal spray, I'm taking all these allergy pills, and nothing is like unclogging. I'm gonna probably have to do one of those water things up my nose.
And make for Drake's spine on foot. I say we, but it's highly likely the entirety of Ash is under the rule of Ultima. A large party would only attract unwanted attention, as well as slow our march and require supplies which may be difficult to obtain. Only Joshua and I will be going. And a scout. Preferably a good one. Gav, do you know of any?
So Jill's just not gonna come?
Yes, I do.
Because she's not a...
Might still borrow some of Lady Vivian's maps, though. Just in case, like.
Once you've dropped us off at the Shadow Coast, you need to retreat into neutral waters, fly merchant colors, and stay inconspicuous. If you sense any danger at all,
Maybe. I genuinely think it might be the AC, but like I've run the AC a couple days and it wasn't an issue, and then today it was. But like it's been really hot the last 2 days. Hi Dylan. Thanks.
Jill, the Enterprise will
Ice
appear
Queen.
attempting
Hi,
to
Ivan.
Royalists and pirates alike. You're to stop anyone boarding.
Don't worry. I'll keep the ship and her crew safe. You'll be needing passage home, after all.
Yeah, it's really fucking hot today. Like, I was like, I had to go outside to spray paint this. I spray painted this today.
If there are no questions,
it dried in seconds because it was so hot. But I was like, let me run to the store, and like just going to the store, I was like dying. I wanted to go to Newberry Comics to see if there was new comics out this week, but I was like, I'm not fucking walking all the way over there. Like, it is so goddamn hot. Not really. I love to walk. Like, I was back where I was living, where I'm gonna move back to, which I'm not gonna say on the live, but I can DM it to you. Like, I would walk everywhere every day. Like, I'm a walker. I'm a walking girl. That's how I maintain my shape, even though I'm not in shape. But I walk a lot. I used to longboard. I used to skateboard. I used to do all that. So
I'll hold you to that.
speaking of shoes, did you see that Nike is doing a Powerpuff Girls collab? I want it. I want it. I want, ironically enough, I want the Blossom one. And Blossom's my least favorite Powerpuff Girl, but they look the best. Hold on, did we buy items? I'm gonna go in here and there's gonna be like no potions. Hold on. Yeah, my sister sent it to me, and I was like, oh, it's really interesting. I don't want to cop those, but also...
Clive.
You know what I really want to buy? And if you're watching on YouTube, if you're watching somewhere, or you're doing something, this entire playthrough, I've been talking about Torgal plushies. On the Square Enix store, there are actual Torgal dog plushies. I want one so bad. Like, if you're trying to butter me up for the holidays that are happening in a couple months, keep that in mind. I literally looked it up. I was like, they have to exist, and they do. There's also like $100 Torgal plushie. There's like a giant Torgal, and then there's like a baby Torgal. Yeah, I loved Buttercup too, because I was like, yeah, like I'm Mask, but I was still liking the Powerpuff Girls, so it didn't really make any sense. But I was like, yeah, I'm Mask because I like Buttercup. Doesn't make any sense. I'm a Bubbles girl. Bubbles is very Pisces coded.
It'll be a long walk to the capital if we follow the cliffs. I'll scout ahead. See if I can't find us an inland route.
She's blonde. I've gone through phases. Like when I was little, I was Buttercup. Then when I was like a teenager, I was like Blossom because she looks like me with red long hair. And then now I'm a Bubbles stem. Oh.
You took her icon, didn't you?
Oh. Yeah, they fucked too. You want to tell him that? Y'all were slamming each other. Oh!
Oh, she understood.
Oh!
Understood that you decided to save the world all on your own, and that you'd die without her power. How dare you make her choose?
Okay, he clocked him though.
You knew.
Wake that tea up.
Never refuse you. But I will. You can't keep pushing us away, Clive. The world is ours to save, not yours.
I used my gift because I thought it was the right thing to
And I beat that bow with the bat. Smack! Bam! I need an edit of that. This cutscene. He slapped the shit out of him!
This will save you. Will save us all.
I do.
He did need that. I'm glad Joshua gave him a reality check.
Then so be it.
Thanks, Shogun.
Just don't forget, you're not alone.
Think I found us a trail. Did I miss something?
Yeah, you missed him smacking the shit out of it. Why are you guys giggling?
Only that Joshua didn't.
Not him giggling. He said, hee!
I don't get it.
Yeah, he was talking about Jill because he took, Clive took her icon, aka Shiva, aka me. Okay, I literally forgot how to play, so like this is really bad because we're like going into like the end game and I literally haven't played in like 3 days.
Always wanted to visit Ash.
We're in Waluda territory now. Don't expect a warm welcome.
Oh, I don't know, Clive. That castle over there looks inviting enough.
Shall we sample its inhabitants' hospitality?
Remember what I said about warm welcomes, Gav?
I'll give you a warm welcome.
Greeger's ghost.
I knew I smelled something.
Oops.
I see only orcs and a Cashapp here.
Oh wow.
Let's hope the villagers made it out in time.
Get him!
Why can't I jump over that? Let's get serious. Well. I hate this ability. Like, I've had enough. Hit me! I fear I don't have another one yet. I have to get EXP. Why are we targeting? I don't like that. Oh! I leveled up, guys. Me when I level up. Oh, okay. Is there another ability? Because I hate this one. Yes. Oh, we won. We actually won. Booze. Where is this? I hate this ability. Alright. Also, is there a way to turn down, like... Yeah, hold on. Effects. I don't need to hear the effects of, like, we're fighting. Like, girl, I just want to hear the music and the voices.
It's Camber all over again. Where the hell are the royalists?
Seems you were right about that welcome after all, Clive.
A lot better. I think I have an ult for each icon that I like now. Bahamut, Shiva, and Ifrit. Ifrit!
Aye, aye.
Hi, safety. Oh? Do you live? Do you laugh? Do you love?
Is the whole of Ash fallen into Ultima's hands?
Oh, yes!
That's no peace delegation.
Well, sorta,
We shall send a warning
kinda.
to the others.
No. My uncle will have an eye on the coast. I trust he'll find a way to entertain any uninvited guests. Our mark is Drake's Spine, and there's a lot of road between us and it. We press on to Stonehere.
Aye, you never know. It might not be a nest of slabbering monsters.
One of my best looks being a blue lip, like I'm gagging myself. I'm stupid.
This stronghold is as old as Phoenix Gate, perhaps older. It may yet hide Ultima's remaining secrets, and if we are to best him, they must be unearthed.
This is the first and last time you'll see me in a blue lip.
I always do.
Unless I get gifted like 10 subs, then I'll wear one next stream. One gift sub equals one step closer to wearing a blue lip every stream.
About leaving my brother
Hard
on his
eyes.
own. Of course.
Oh, it's September. Wait, I can't say that. You said that last time. And I wore a blue lip! Don't try to clock me! That was a yellow lip. Y'all have me at a yellow lip. Ooh.
Lady Vivian's map is so old, it's hard to tell which way is up. But if I'm right, we're not far from a village called
Oh no, I was in the Ronald
Make
McDonald's
our way there,
memorabilia.
resupply, and wait for Joshua.
I was red, yellow, blue. I remember. It was Mario Kart.
Ugh, this place reeks like a mobile's arsehole. Though I'm guessing it's not the smell that'll kill us.
He's so British. I'm more British, ho. My boyfriend is mad because he keeps missing your streams whenever we're together and you're not streaming. He spent the last few days at my house hoping you'd stream, but of course he had to go back home today. I know, I was gonna stream over the weekend, but I was like, do you ever just like realize that you can do nothing with your life? And that's what I realized, and I wanted to do absolutely nothing besides be a corpse and play League of Legends for 3 days straight. And that's exactly what I did. And Naraka Blade Point. I didn't want to put, I literally was growing like a full beard. Like, I need hormones to kick it, like kick into overdrive, because I was growing facial hair. I was like, we need to stop. We need to put an end to this. I was also waiting for, I had to get the spray paint for this crown, and I was like, I don't want to stream anything else while we're streaming Final Fantasy. Like, I wasn't inspired to do, we're gonna die.
Bahamut's breath. Don't look down, Torgal.
I want to look down. Oh? We're fine. Okay, this like bridge and like nothing happened. Like I was ready to be gagged on this bridge, but literally nothing happened.
That must be Estla.
But yeah, I had to wait for the spray paint for this crown. But I think the next game I want to do is Pikmin, but apparently for Gamefly, because I actually think Gamefly is a really good resource for streaming so we can play these games and I don't have to bend over backwards to buy these games. You have to have a good standing with Gamefly for 60 days to rent out more than one game at once. So I'm like, well, that's annoying. Not my Gamefly credit score, like... I don't know what to play yet, though. I mean, Fae Farm's coming out soon, but we have to restart everything. They said that the, like, file was gonna transfer over, but it doesn't. I was like, this is the stupidest bullshit, because I literally, like, I remember them saying in the dossier for giving you a key, they were like, yeah, your save progress, like, carries over, so, like, enforce people to, like, pre-order the game, so they can play for the pre-order access or whatever and get this key, and then you can play, and then it transfers over. And then, like, they were like, yeah, it transfers over. And then the other day they sent me an email, and they were like, it doesn't transfer over, you have to restart everything. I was like, so my ass went live looking stupid as fuck, telling people that it was gonna happen, and now it doesn't? Y'all got me fucked up.
I wouldn't say nothing.
No quarter gap! No quarter! All yours, Torgal. Go, Torgal. Over here.
Oh, baby, we've been playing. Baga, you should look on the YouTube. We've done it for 5 streams now. Well, technically 4, and then we split it in half.
You think all the villages in Ash are like this?
A question for later, Gab.
Hello.
Over here.
You can come in.
I was gonna ask if you still needed that.
No,
You're
I
doing
don't.
just fine.
Thank you, baby. I'm renting it from Gamefly, so like, and I have a PS5 for a couple more days. So, use your resources. Oh my god, that fight was beautiful. Like when you went into the sky and he like went into like gorgeous mode.
This one.
Like the astral mode. I was getting like Bayonetta final boss tease.
Here they come.
Yeah, let's talk about dunks, because it's always a topic of my streams. So I went to Dunks the other day, because I went grocery shopping. And I was like, yeah, I'll go afterwards to get like a coffee. I walk in, and they're like, we have bad news, we have literally nothing here. I was like, what? Like, girl, y'all need to get it together. Like, why are people working the shift if you guys have nothing?
You're finished. Enough. This one. Die. It's over.
I don't want to die here, Clive.
Then don't.
Like, that's what I'm saying. But, like, there's some really hot guy there, so I'm like, hi. You want to be friends? Like, when I tell you, the Walgreens near my house, the hottest amount of men. All of them are, like, just so fucking tall and, like, thick. And, like, they have scruff. And they're, like, really just, like, ooh, like, tall, dark, and handsome. Like, I, like, go in every day and I'm like, should I install Grindr for a second? Go into the store, see if they're on Grindr or something. Like, is that crazy? Is that wild? Like, because they're so hot. Like, I can't. Not that I would do anything, but, like, please. My kitty is meowing. That's what I love to do when I travel. I love to install. I don't use Grindr. I've never done a Grindr hookup. Like, if I ever was on Grindr before, it was literally just to be like, hi, send me your dick, and then I can, like, rate it 1 to 10 or whatever. Anyways, I would never do Grindr. So, like, I love when I travel sometimes. I'll install Grindr, and I just like to be in, like, a public place on Grindr and see which one of you guys likes it in the butt. Which one of yous is a little fruity. It's so funny to me. Oh yeah, I remember getting tapped on Grindr when I was in high school by one of my teachers. And I was like, oh, it's really interesting. So you want to give me an A+ or...
Of course it bloody isn't.
I'm getting gagged. Fierce! Also, like, I'll never forget, like, I saw the other day the guy that asked me, he was working a night shift and nobody else was there. See, that's like, the congestion just went to my nose. Like, so bizarre. That guy that was working when he asked if I was a stripper, he was working a night shift. And I saw him like the other day in the morning and I was like, so you want to ask me that question again? While everybody else is here? Wait, I'm gonna die to this random enemy. I think I'm dead. that missed. I just used all my items on that, and I almost died. Okay. I'm so glad. Oh, no. Have you? Has anyone alive played all the Final Fantasies? There's so many fucking games. I feel like there's a select few.
Gav.
There isn't even 16. There's like more than 16.
Don't tell me there's more of the bastards. Oh, fuck.
Oh, that's not. Oh, that's not.
Have you come to watch, Odin?
No, we need to leave. We need to go. I need to go to the store. Name 3 Final Fantasies. Final Fantasy 1, Final Fantasy 2, and Final Fantasy 14.
And how are you going to stop us?
Why, with this.
This would be a perfect time to play a fart noise. Well, we're toast. What did he just do?
What did you do?
Oh. Sorry.
If the vessel would see the path opened, it has but to ask. I shall see that my master's prize is made presentable.
Shit! No!
Well.
Clive, would you mind telling me what the fuck just happened?
Girl, we literally don't know. Oh.
Oh, you've got to be. How are we supposed to get through that?
Ifrit.
We seek an audience with the king. If His Majesty wants me to come and ask him, then that is exactly what I'll do.
Before you go practicing your petition, we don't even know where the fucker went. How about we cool our heads and think this through, eh?
He's got a point.
All right.
Maybe there's something here we can use.
My health? Oh, thank you for the 2 potions. Very glad.
I thought we got them all.
So did I.
is she?
Please, no.
Miss.
Oh.
Whoa. Easy. Easy. We're not turned, alright?
Oh, she's beat.
My thanks, kind travelers.
Looks disgusting. That looks like that thing Squidward put in his bed, that episode, like that weird ice pack thing.
Edda, forgive me for asking, but what went on here?
Yes. Is she pregnant?
It all started when the skies changed.
Oh, I think it's just the dress. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend.
One by one, people went mad. Minds taken by the ether. Till only I remained. By then, I was too far along to run. And then the nights came. And I didn't know what to do.
Can you speak up? Sorry.
And this, okay, is...
Just a story. Something our grandparents told us when we misbehaved. About how the heavens would grow dark before the land took her last breath.
The end of the world. You said the others went mad. But where did they go?
They all left. Drawn east to the tower, to Reverie. The elders, the healer, the blacksmith, my husband.
Oh, she is pregnant. Or is that a potato sack she's just rubbing on her stomach?
Thinking he did this.
Of course. Who else could it be? You were in Canva. You saw what he did to the people.
But then what about her? How come her nut hasn't cracked?
Well, she's had a couple nut in her, so...
The baby, perhaps?
Sorry.
Could be protecting her from the ether.
Okay, guys, she is pregnant. I wasn't being rude.
You mean... it's a bearer?
It won't matter what it is once Ultima's magic takes hold. Time's running out. This tower. That's where we'll find the key.
That's me after 2 rice bowls. Oh my god, yes. Me after Dunkin' Donuts hash browns.
I knew it. It's the same as Phoenix Gate. Which means at the end of these stairs should be...
How old is Joshua in this? My god, I was not congested the last 3 days, but now as soon as I'm on stream, immediate disgusting nastiness. So glad.
The mural is complete. Ultima and his vessel, Ifrit. Garuda, Ramu, Shiva, Titan, Bahamut, Odin. Even Leviathan the Lost is here.
Wait!
Where is the Phoenix?
Where is Leviathan? Why haven't we seen him all game? You want to mention Leviathan but not put it in the game? What's that about?
By the Founder.
Oh!
So that's what you want, isn't it, Ultima?
Well, yes.
So that's how it's gonna be then?
I'm not asking, Gav. I need you to stay with Edda.
Her name's Edda.
What?
I must do this alone.
These names are interesting.
If I don't return, you're to find Joshua and make for the Enterprise. Understood?
Aye. Just don't you go dying on me. Sid's name suits your miserable mug better than mine.
Don't worry. I haven't finished with it yet.
My God. Hi, Maddie. Thank you. Is it the blue lip? Do you like? How do we get over there?
If Barnabas is controlling near Kashyyyk, then wherever he goes, they'll follow.
Love some
And
Chinese
so will
food. I got some rice the other day and had spicy chicken. The spicy chicken was rocking my world, but it felt so good. I couldn't find my favorite tenders at the store, it made me upset. Fucking God. An ice maker? I'm gonna have to get so much stuff in my new apartment. Like, I'm not looking forward to it. Spent so much money here, and then I'm gonna have to spend more money in a new place. I'm like, oh my God, please. I've had enough. Can I just live? Like, can I live? Me running past all the enemies that give me EXP, but I'm just like, we advanced the story here.
This is it, boy.
We're in the final lap. We're gonna wrap this up. Wrap yo dick. That's a season 3 reference. Drag Race. Could you imagine if Delta did that challenge as a sexy cheerleader, cheering about safe sex? That'd be kind of iconic.
I've come for you, Barnabas. Stay close, Torgal.
We're back in this scary place. Oh, that makes sense why earlier when we went to this place it looked like that.
The tower. It's alive.
It's alive!
More echoes of the fallen. They seem to feed on ether. There shouldn't be any here. Nice try.
Dodges, dodges, dodge. Oh. Dodges, dodges. Open the door, please. I'm a bee hopper. I'm a pro bee hopper. Bunny hop. What was that?
Bloody fallen. Why do all their flaws seem to have a mind of their own?
This just reminds me of that movie Nope with Kiki Palmer, that Jordan Peele movie with Jean Jacket. That's just what this reminds me of. I kind of want to rewatch Us. That was a good movie. Oh, the music, okay. It's giving final boss music, okay. Dances. That's like twerks like very like sensually and very slowly, very seductively. If you know, you know. Oh, it's giving PS5 is crashing soon. This is giving very heavy on the graphics. Oh my god, it is really struggling right now. You're okay. I pet my PS5. You're okay. You're good. Dang it. You're doing amazing, sweetie. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! So what's gonna happen when I become a League of Legends streamer? What's gonna happen then? And you guys have to watch me play League of Legends. What then? What then? What then? What then? What then? Sorry. Oh! I'm apparently really bad at it because the commentary when I throw my roots as a support, but we'll leave. That's tea for another day.
This one. Over here.
Ow, my jaw like really hurts on the left. Well, I have a piece of gum I can eat. Not that it would help my jaw at all, but. That fairy skin for Karma is gorgeous. Did you see the Talia skin she's getting for Mythic Essence? I was like, oh! Love that y'all are giving my girl some time to shine. It's what? Me when I bought it at full price. Okay. It's fine. You can Venmo me the remaining funds that you got because it was on sale. So you can send the rest my way. Oh, you don't like the Talia skin? Oh, not too bad. Oh. Yeah, I don't think it's great either, but like that for I'm sure you do the same thing with Seraphine. If you see a Seraphine skin, you swipe. That's me with Talia, Oriana, and Zyra. Like I have all of their skins. They're my favorite League champions. Like if it's the shittiest skin ever, I swipe. Hi Donnie, welcome back. Talia trans icon. We love to see it. I want the event to start in League because I'm like on a League kick, but like I have nothing to grind for. Same with Naraka right now. There's nothing to grind for in either game. I'm like grinding them so fiercely. Then Texas Chainsaw, like the EXP bug is still there, so I'm like, I don't want to play. So true. Wish I had boobs. So you're just gonna send boobs to your friend on my birthday with the boobs and the boobs and birthday, and I don't have boobs, then you're just not gonna have boobs and boobs.
The top.
Happy boob day.
So I could look down on the world.
Yeah, the Street Demon skins are so good though. Did you see them? The sound effect that plays when Nico ults is the best sound effect I've heard. It's so good. It sounds like Jet Set Radio. Oh yeah, face card, everything. Hey, Marshy. Okay. Thank you, Marshall. I was gonna ask what happened while I was gone, but I kind of know nothing about this game. Well, the world is ending. We have to stop the world from ending. Pretty typical video game trope. Which I'm surprised that's the way it's going, but it's fine, I guess. Thank you, JP. Sorry, I have so much phlegm, like it's literally disgusting. Y'all better be thanking your stars that I have a mute button, because it's literally disgusting. Like, of all days, the one day I want to do a finale of this stream, I'm like coughing up my lung. Not even coughing, I just like feel it in my throat. Throat goat. Oh, I don't feel like shit, it's just like in my throat, it's like obnoxious. I'm like, get out of there. That's not where you're supposed to be. This is the worst. I know everyone's saying it's probably gonna be Syndra. I hope it's Nami, honestly. Like, I never play Syndra. She's actually one of the champs I literally do not give a fuck about. I'm gonna be honest. She was ahead of her time. I just like don't like her playstyle. I'm not a fan. And that's okay. Just like I love Seraphine, but I can never play her. I'm really bad at her. I want to play more Milio. I think he's so cute and I love his gameplay. Like the little backpack is so cute. Like I love it. Oh, how fun.
Well, that's new. Though I expected it to feel like all the rest. Well done, Toggle. Nice try.
Ole! You just got slayed. Wait, so you've really played all of the Final Fantasy games? Yeah, how many hours is that? That's crazy. Oh. Oh. Oh my god, you said that and it activated one of my bot commands. Type them up. Watch this. This is gonna be crazy. Oh my god. That's wild. That's wild. That's wild. I have those set. Oh my god, I can't believe this. That's fucking crazy. That's why they're not working. They're set on numbers. They're not set on a timer. They haven't been working for months. I don't understand why. I guess now we can just type random numbers in the chat and get my promo.
What was that thing? Hopefully there aren't any more.
That's crazy. I might have to switch bots just because this bot sucks now. It's like not doing any of the like, remember when in the chat it would like announce and then like say like a promo for like my stuff? It doesn't do that anymore. I don't understand why.
You know what to do, boy. Too slow.
I want that piece of gum in my bag, but I don't want to get up. Oh. I'm gonna get it. What the fuck? It's just a giant ball? Hi, Divine. Thank you. Hi, Slayer. Why did I want to do this? Oh well. Hi, Lily. Maddie's spreading rumors about me. It's not that great. It's a blue lip. Thank you, Lily. Lily, also, hold on, pause. Warning, did you see the email about Fae Farm? Don't put your hours into it right now. Because I got an email saying that our progress isn't going to be saved over. I got so plucked. I was like, you guys promised it would be transferred over, but it's not. They said everything resets on launch day. I'm not kidding. I literally saw the email and I was like, I have to tell Lily. But also, like, Because when they provided the key, I was talking about it earlier before you came in, they were like, yeah, tell people that if they get a key that you can transfer the save over. It was like part of the agreement. And then like I got an email today, I was like, yeah, and there's like a quest you have to grind for like 12 hours. I'm like, I'm not doing it now. I'll just wait till the game comes out. I'm like, I look like an idiot the other day being like, guys, buy it and you can grind it and it saves over. Now it just doesn't. I was like, okay. I'm about to die. I can't. No, literally, I remember seeing, hold on, I'll read you the email verbatim right now. I do really like the game, but I'm like, I'll wait to grind. Because I'm not going to waste my time for it to be reset. You have received a message from Fae Farm. Hello, thank you all so much for your interest in Fae Farm. We hope you're enjoying the first few chapters with the early access of the preview build. It is lovely to see so many folks having fun in Azeronia on YouTube, Twitch, and more. As we get closer to launch, we have an important update regarding the build. Please note that the early build on September 6th will give you early access. Is now closed, the one we have. Don't worry, you automatically will be able to download the full launch, but instead, you will have unrestricted access to the game, so we'll be able to play the game. Unfortunately, players will not keep their progression from the limited preview version. It is not possible to transfer for the full game, sadly, but you'll still get access to the full game in a couple of days. Not happy about that. Clearly. Right, I was like, what the heck? Oh my god, how deep are you? I literally played it for like 4 hours and couldn't get the fucking wings. I was like, not be dressed as a fairy and I didn't get the wings. She was a fairy. Oh, okay. Did you play it all on camera? Because I was like, this is too much for me. I need to like sit down and get a drink. It'd be a really cute game to play together though. We should try to get together and do it because those dungeons are long. Am I gonna die here? I fear I die here. Maybe not. Right, I was like, why is there no one to romance? There's a really cute guy I want to romance, but you can't. I was like, what the heck? He's like tall, dark, and handsome. I'm like, oh my god, give him to me now. What is happening? I'm about to die at the end of this fight. Oh my god, please don't do this. Don't tell me there's a phase 2, please. When it gets out. Oh my... Well. Yeah, I'm done. Oh, she's toast.
What's one more, eh, Toggle?
You guys want to refresh my potions or?
Forgive me.
Okay. All right.
What's one more, eh, Toggle?
It's not loud enough.
Too slow. Over here!
Wait, what if I do this? Come here, coochie coo. Oh!
There's a good boy.
Okay. Okay, one hit was enough. When is it my turn?
Nice try.
Okay. Why am I dying? Oh, she's taking it. I read. Oh my god.
Well done, Toggle.
Oh, 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 oh. Oh, she's taking it. Oh, she's taking it. No, I forgot. Okay, please don't. You know what game I want to play after this? Your mom! Okay, I'm sorry I made a your mom joke. I'm sorry that I made a your mom joke! Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, alright. The way I unironically don't think I can win this fight. Like, I literally think we're gonna die. Well, guess what, Mimi? Oh, she's taking it! Oh, she's taking it! Oh, I'm toast. I'm toast. I'm toast. I'm toast. Torgal, do you mind, like, healing me? Like, is that okay? I'm smacking my gum. I'm not pleased. Can we start at the second checkpoint? All right. So if I'm struggling with this, and we're going towards the final boss, we might be here a while. Who's with me? Come on, you guys! I do that natty cheering video that's going around on Twitter right now. We're going, oh! Oh! I can do this, chat. I'm strong enough. She literally always just does the you guys thing. I'm like, she literally did not give it a rest in that match. I think that's partly, that match is kind of where some of it stems from, a lot of it at least. Because she did it so much in that match. They should have mo-capped her taunts from that match in WWE. Y'all mind if I... Oh, I killed him. Well... That was, Oh, thank you for the level up. I'm so glad. The final boss is recommended to be level 40, so we're fine. Thank you so much. Oh my god, it's Nouvelette! The way taking off this makeup is gonna be hell on earth. Pray for me later. I just realized I'm... Yeah. Well.
Almost there.
You can see me in a crown. I am wearing a crown.
He's here. I can feel him.
I wish I could feel him inside. Nope. You guys for nothing. Yeah. The way so many people were gagged when I went to the club and I was like being such like a nasty bitch. But I have to censor myself on Twitch because YouTube demonetizes me if I say too much. Like shaking my ass, being a slut, drinking, doing shots, having a good time, and everybody was like, "Oh my god!" And I was like, "Well, yeah, I have to say if I do that, I'm not gonna get monetized. I'm gonna get demonetized."
The blade must ever feed if her edge is to remain keen.
And you know what? I still get demonetized because YouTube hates me. So you know what? I'm gonna start slurring. Fuck you!
Worthless creatures. They are nothing. Weak from the moment of their conception, ever longing for power not theirs to command, they turn unfailingly upon themselves. Like sheep, they roam in filthy flocks, eager to trample those few gifted.
He talks like Shakespeare. Like, are you finished? Like,
or that they might feel content.
Do you want to go write a poem or something?
Full existence. Prejudice and persecution, severance and strife. Every earthly wrong springs from the malice in.
Where did the foundation on my chin go? It's really interesting.
Malice born of the
pain
and suffering. That is free will. Its corruption is gnawed at your being from the very moment of your birth.
You're wrong. It is no corruption. It is who I am. Every choice I make, right or wrong, gives me reason to carry on. And carry on I shall. Not as a puppet, but as a man. Which are you?
There was a time I too thought those the only choices.
When it becomes a rusical.
What?
Final Fantasy XVI, the rusical.
Long ago, God granted man the
Oh,
gift.
here he goes mansplaining. Jesus Christ.
With that gift did he build great civilizations. Yet over time, man lost sight of the gift's true meaning, stepping from the path of shared prosperity
to
one of avarice. He abandoned his creator for sword and flame, and through his
Hello, house music.
beckoned the blight. Yet, there were those few who refused to turn their eyes from the heavens, and they prayed to God that he might lead them back to
Blue
righteousness.
lip. I was like, what can I do that's not a blue lip for this look? But I literally had to do a blue lip.
But he did answer. Before the worthy shall the gates of paradise open. And so did I.
Does my chin look fucked up on camera? Should I get powder? Or does it look
my
fine?
soul upon its gentle waters. I gave myself unto him.
Not a yellow lip. You do it too much. Okay, thank you. Oh, President! President Meow, okay.
What madness is this?
What is this stray?
My worth proven, the Lord charged me thus. If your kind are to find salvation, they must be made to serve. You see,
Yes,
paradise
sir.
lies but a single step away. Could we only take it? Could we only leave our transgressions behind? For none save the pure of heart and mind may set foot in the new world. I will.
You're the president from Red, White, and Royal Blue, Uma Thurman. The whole hallway smells like cum. That's literally what she sounded like in that movie.
With this humble offering, shall I prove my faith once more?
Yeah, I'll start from some cunt, alright?
You forsook yourself to serve. Tell me, how is that living?
You know what other song is in Red, White, and Royal Blue?
What do you seek to
I got a bad reputation. Ronda Rousey.
Life is about always having a choice.
My favorite.
Take that away, and we might as well be dead.
That song's ruined for me. Bad Reputation by Joan Jett. Literally ruined. Ronda Rousey ruined it. Why is he laughing? Don't laugh at me, please. I know the blue lip is different.
Very well. Come then.
Stop this one hair. No, stop. I'm fixing my wig. Stop.
It's not the strength of my will that should worry you, but the weakness of yours.
Okay, well, I did all that for it to fall out again, so. Okay. Please, I need to fix the wig! I don't think it's... It's a double stack. I don't know why I have two of these wigs. I never wear this color hair. I think it was because my blue era, when I only wore blue hair. Blue and black hair. Because wearing blonde with like blue skin when I used to do blue all the time just doesn't look good. It looks good on Juno Birch, but not me.
Stronger. Prove it. By this day's end, you shall know truth. Show me more.
The counter? My damage? I don't know his patterns yet. Oh my god, I didn't know he was gonna do another hit.
Yet still you fight like a man.
My no damage to him. Like, this is wild. Where'd he go? Why? We are literally gonna be here forever, dude. No! Oh wait, I gagged. Okay, I get gagged. I get gagged! Okay. Not too much. No, he's taking no damage!
God chose you to serve as his vessel, and you cling to this foolish notion of hope when there is none.
He says fuck way too much. Like, it was cute at first, now it's just silly. What? Oh my god.
Desperate, are we?
Transform into Ifrit, please. I'm not fighting that thing, bare bones. I'm not doing this bareback. You better strap it on. There we go. Not quite. I'm gonna use the restroom. Hold on, I gotta pee. Hey, got this fucking hair. I'm about to just cut off this wig. Oh my god, what is happening? Hold on. I'm actually gonna cut this. Alright, so sorry. I thought the pearls were a little distracting, so I took them off. I think it looks better without them. They're also a different color white, like, it just didn't look right. Does it? I don't know, I feel like it looks plain now. So where's the Nintendo Direct? Where's that coming? And the fucking State of Play? Where the fuck those bitches at? Alright, can I untangle these headphones so we can play? Jesus. I put these headphones out for literally 2 seconds. I'm gonna unpause and it's gonna be like, ah! Ah! Okay, well, it's only coming out of one headphone, so that's an issue.
You have been shown the path. Now you must follow it. Free yourself, Mythos. You will not defeat me otherwise.
We'll see. Perhaps you...
My god, dude. Whatever.
Still require persuasion.
The way it missed. Well, this is not good. Okay.
But it cannot be.
Defeated? You admitted defeat the moment you turned your back on us. When you turned your back on the truth, Barnabas. We are not as weak as your god believes.
Okay, well now you just started a fight. I thought Torgal got hurt. I was like, no way, no.
Damn it.
You can turn into Ifrit. Like, what is he waiting for? There he goes.
What are you waiting for? Men know nothing of strength. What you will. I know enough. You dare!
Oh, the horse got gagged. PETA, the horse is dead.
Of your weakness? My apologies. You are not the fool I took you for. And so it ends. No!
Oh, embarrassing. Well?
Don't tell me you are tired, Mythos.
Well?
Your stubborn defiance has stirred my long-becalmed heart, filling it with a joy that I have not known for generations. I had thought the tantalizing kiss of self-indulgence a dream forever out of reach. And now that its sweet ruin courses through my veins, I shall not be quick to relinquish it.
Well.
Show me your work, Mythos, that I might revel in it.
Thank you, God. My HP? It's no tea. Thanks for coming.
I failed.
Okay. I'm surprised that's the first time we died during this fight, though. He's tough. He's a toughie. He's a tough cookie. Miss Worm Cookie.
Someone's brave.
I tire of this. Show me more.
Fuck.
Your will hinders you. You will obey.
It's not even worth it.
Must I show you? I needed that. Long have I suffered the disappointment of lesser rivals, but no more.
What the f is happening?
My constant congregation, salvation is come. Rejoice as our souls are
What?
peace unending.
What am I supposed to do?
This day will come. What proof have you? Why, you give us. Your mere existence is proof of the Lord's grand design.
Blonde Barbie again gifting 10 subs. My heart belongs to you. Thank you for being so generous this week. If you got a sub, please say thank you. We don't get a lot of gifted subs here lately because it's summertime. Everybody's doing their summer stuff. Thank you so much. Sorry, this boss fight is really hard and it's really loud, but I appreciate you. How are you doing? Oh. Thank you so much. We're just having fun with what we have left from the remains of the fire. I was gonna do like this really, I had other stuff for this look, right? Like I had other white gloves that were like reflective. I had a different color wig. I had so much stuff, but it got destroyed in the fire. Like I was gonna wear like a low cut shirt and paint my boobs white. Like I had like a breastplate, but I lost that in the fire too. So, that's where we're at. I was just like, I'm trying to appreciate everything that I have that made it out of the fire and like really play with like some of the makeup that I have that made it out of the fire. I know that sounds dramatic, but like I'm appreciating what I have and like repurposing it, which is really fun. I hope this gets him. Oh god, it didn't. But thank you. I also love just like experimenting with different eye shapes. Like this one is really cunty. Oh my god. Nice. I didn't think he was gonna do another one. Okay, well, we'll just do this. Oh my god, no. Oh my god, my health? How am I alive? Part of the reason why I'm struggling so bad is because like the clarity in some of these fights are like, I don't even know what I'm like trying to avoid. I just kind of tank the damage. Okay, well, like what am I supposed to do here? Like, what am I supposed to do?
Its source, as it did the day.
All right. Fuck.
Oh, my constant congregation.
Okay, this isn't a bad checkpoint. Okay.
Rejoice as our souls are granted peace unending.
How do you know this day will come? What proof?
The way I would never try on school tests, I would always just answer C C C C C. Okay. Well, I couldn't even move, so I think that's kind of fucked up that it instantly just killed me. Like, I appreciate it. Like, I really do. I didn't want to win that round either. It's fine.
Oh, my constant congregation, salvation is come. Rejoice as our souls are granted peace unending.
How do you know this day will come? What proof have you?
By you, Ethos. Your mere existence is proof of the Lord's grand design.
Fuck. Fuck.
I'll never serve your God.
Well, guess what, Mimi? This is too much. Your girl is struggling. Oh, that was good.
Nice try.
Where's Torgal? I'm worried about him. Where's the puppy? We'll see. Good luck. Well, girls, we shall see. Oh, here he goes.
You will never know this power. My heart, its source. As it did the day I won Ash.
You won ass?
Since then, many have sought my crown, Ethos. But none could
Hi,
wrest Come. Have you the strength? Have you the will?
Are you done? Oh my god. This is literally craziness.
I am yours, force. Claim me as your prize.
Ew. Not Sonic the Hedgehog. Oh my god. No! I have no health potions! No! No! Oh my god! Oh my god, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead! When will it stop? No! No! Oh my god. No, no! No, no, please. No, please. Please, you actually can't. Please, you actually can't. Please, 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 no. Please, 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 please. I'm dead. 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 Oh my god. 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 We're not gonna make it. We're not gonna make it, chat. We're not gonna make it. 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 Help me! Please! We're so close. Fuck. This is terrible. Oh, we got a good checkpoint. Oh my god, I love life. I am Buzz. This is seriously so stressful, and I guarantee you it's not even the final boss. Oh my god, that was really good of me. We're so close. No! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! When he's like, this is actually just my first phase. Oh! Oh my, not the Sonic move. My orb's chasing him. So true.
Nice try.
I should have hit that. Nice. We diamond dust here. Doesn't do a lot of damage. I'm depressed about it. Okay, wait, I'm gagging. I gag him here. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. Oh, he's not dead. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, Lord. My hands.
The day is at an end.
And we both know the truth.
That took so much out of me.
Victorious. My will that prevailed.
Your will? No.
We do some hand stretches before the next phase.
It was his. Clive Rossfield.
Oh my god! Barbie, thank you so much for 10 subs! Ah! Thank you so much! You are a legend. Mwah. Thank you so much. Barbie, what are you a fan of? Like, what's your favorite, like, video games? Because you've been so generous lately. Our next, like, series, like, is gonna have to be something you like. On my hands. Oh! That was so difficult, and I know it's not even the last one. I'm like, oh! Oh my god, I'm obsessed. We're probably actually unironically gonna do that next stream anyway.
Perhaps there is strength.
Because, like,
will.
I don't know what to do for next stream. Like, next series for a game. I want to get Pikmin 4, but I have to wait for it to get delivered. I just wish in Texas Chainsaw they fixed the EXP bug.
What was it, if not will, that made you strive for a new world? Strive to win your master's approval.
Oh, is he dead? Like, actually? That's kind of gaggy.
You were shown a fantasy, and you chose to believe it. But you were wrong. There is no world, but the one we live in. And that world is worth saving. Even if it means killing a god.
Please? Oh, he passed away? Oh. I should get a command, a sound command, or like a command for chat that like, you just type in Wendy and it does like a random Wendy quote. And just like throw a bunch of Wendy like clips in it.
Who has served the Lord so well.
This is pointless.
But I almost forgot. I promised.
I just added this new one because it made me laugh the other day. I don't know if it'll be loud enough. Hold on. Hold on, pause, you gentlemen.
And was the show nominated also?
We won 8 Tony Awards.
Yes, you did. But you didn't, Leah.
Ah! Sorry. But you didn't, Leah. She gagged her so bad.
Just as the Lord's mother crystals have fulfilled theirs. Come, Clive Rossfield.
Ew, he got so ugly so fast.
What is rightfully yours? Become one with God.
No.
Well. Oh, he's toast. Why is he sexier as he's like rotted? It's giving like demon vampire daddy. He was talking to me. For this look. Ding. Oh my god, I forgot it's September! I forgot about that.
Show yourself! Face me!
How does it feel to consume your rival's strength, to gorge yourself on their being, to edge step by trembling step ever closer to the divine? With or without a will, you are still but a vessel, our vessel. Behold, how your body shudders in anticipation of its fate.
I'm not even being unironic. If like they send us to do like side quest chores after this before the final boss, I'll be so annoyed.
Come then.
Like this just needs to be the end.
We shall await you upon the back of the first worm. There, all shall end and begin again.
Yeah, so like let's go there. We don't need to go back to the save place and then do errands. Like that's what they're probably gonna make us do, and it's gonna make me rip my hair out, but I'm just clocking the tea before it clocks us. Girl, please. So fucking dramatic. Like, men just, like, do that. They just scream for no reason. Like, shut up. You're so fucking annoying. God. Like, who were you screaming for? Like, what? Are you happy? Are you satisfied? I want Joshua to come back and smack the shit out of him. Shut the fuck up. Stop screaming. Meanwhile... No, don't hurt him. I will have a breakdown. What is he doing here anyway? I thought we established it's dangerous here.
Why the hell is my city doing with the Cashapp? Don't ask me, ask them! Since when was Eugen Hamel one to hide when there was a fight to be had?
Since they stripped me of my rank and banished me from the battlefield. Now I'm stuck wiping the backsides of this one while the city burns and my wife sails over the man of my
Can you speak up? Because I can't hear you over the zombies fucking in the hallway. Like, what the fuck is this noise? In my ears.
What indeed?
The enemy numbers 200,000 or more, counting the Yorks. There are simply not enough soldiers garrisoned in the capital to repel an army of that size.
Then what of the central keep?
Held by a contingent of soldiers and bearers from the surrounding boroughs. They are the sole reason it still stands. And all it took was an army on their doorstep to bring them together.
The prospect of death does put things into perspective.
Perspective. Perhaps it's what we've lacked all along.
Uh-oh.
Hamel, I need you to lend me some of your best men, preferably all of them.
My best men! Does it look like I'm any more?
I admit this might not be the most convenient time, but my nephew's in trouble, and I may have already promised him your help.
Your nephew, the outlaw? My soldiers have better things to do than die for nothing.
And you and he are of the same mind.
I fight for the opposite.
He fights for a world in which they shouldn't have to live and die for nothing. And he fights today to give us all a chance of a better tomorrow.
Be that as it may, a handful of men cannot stand against a kingdom.
Then mayhap they are the wrong men.
Oh, hey!
I'll be damned. Our numbers are few, but I shall rally as many of my dragoons as I'm able. You, apprise the Lord Strategist of the state of the city's defenses.
Yes. Where is your boyfriend?
And you would fight alongside us?
I owe the Phoenix a debt.
Does this vouch for my nephews?
Aye, but I still have my doubts about you.
Which we can discuss later.
Indeed.
You said you had men garrisoned in the keep. Captain, do you know how many yet remain?
Allow me to confirm. Commander?
Whatever their number, Randalar will be needing
Gather the
them
bodies
all.
and build a pyre in the courtyard.
There's his boyfriend.
Terence.
My lord.
You will find a girl there.
A girl? We are in the middle of a war.
I owe her my life, and I always pay my debts. You are to see that she is provided for.
Dion, I cannot leave.
But you shall. If I'm ever to be worthy of the forgiveness of our people, then I must earn it. And I must earn it by my hand, and my hand alone. Know that I do not ask this lightly.
And know that I will do it.
Oh.
Farewell, Terence.
No!
Farewell, my prince.
Why wouldn't you kiss him goodbye? can't do this. Why? That almost made me cry. I was almost there.
Clive.
Thank fuck. You alright?
I am. But I'm a damn sight better for seeing you, Joshua.
And Barnabas.
The king is dead.
I'm gonna be honest, I know it was a hard boss fight, but it was kind of lackluster. Like, no shade. Like, it was literally like, oh yeah, I'm a knight in armor, then I go crazy. But like,
So there.
he was like kind of like really built up, and then we just killed him so fast. I'm a little suspicious. Like, there wasn't even a transformation that we fought in. Wait, like, is Odin dead too then? Like, what happened to that? We didn't even like fight Odin, barely.
So is their killer. He can't hurt anyone anymore.
Can we get this pregnant lady to a safe space? Like, she's in the middle of nowhere with nobody with her. Like, can we bring her back to the safe spot so someone can help her? Well, I mean, like, did Odin die with... Like, not die, but, like... I guess lose in the fight with him? Because, like, he barely used Odin. He, like, used Odin to scare us off, and then Odin did nothing. I was like, oh! Like, did Clive take Odin? Like, what's the tea there?
I'm sorry, Clive. You know I want nothing more than to go with you.
I do. But I'm glad you're heading back to the Enterprise nonetheless. And not just for Edda's sake. Our people need to know what happened here.
You can count on me.
Hi, Crimson.
As can she, I hope.
Thank you, my lords.
Sorry. Me lord. Girl, I know you're pregnant, but can we get a cuter outfit? My god, that is fucking ugly.
Do you think that was wise?
Wiser than leaving a woman with child alone in the Deadlands. They'll be safer at the hideaway. For now, at least. This land is overrun with Akashic. The king himself was long turned, albeit by choice, all to serve Ultima in his damnable quest to forge the perfect
Did you think you put a follow?
The chaos Barnabas wreaked upon nation after nation. How many were killed for this?
He didn't consider it killing, or a mercy of sorts.
The way my stomach is growling so loudly, I'm so glad you can't hear it in the mic.
He truly wanted to save mankind, and ultimately use that.
As he uses us.
But why us? What are we?
Gay. Sorry.
What are we? We are dominance.
Well,
It is our fate.
sorta kinda.
But that doesn't mean we have to accept it, which is why we fight. For the right to deny it. Is that not so?
I'd say more of a verse.
It is. For our sins.
5 is a bottom. Just a bottom.
Barnabas said something else.
God, Joshua's... Like, I'm just looking at Joshua's butt. I'm so sorry. It's right there, girl. The sun was hitting it like they wanted us to look at it.
We know that the mother crystals have been leaving land of ether. And we also know that it's this which hastens the spread of the blight. But what I cannot fathom is what Ultima stands to gain from that. What did you find at the stronghold?
I hate to break the news to you, but not every bad guy has a motive. They just want to do it.
For so long, I believed it to be you, and you alone. Yet, it is not merely a freat that he desires, but a freat and phoenix both. That which we became in the skies over Twinside. Only when the twin flames are joined,
right? Like,
shall his vessel be
also, the word dominant, like, they really couldn't use anything else.
Why he needs a vessel.
Like, yeah, we're dumbs.
Is another question. Unless there is something he cannot achieve without one. Something his immaterial form precludes. Something requiring an unthinkable amount of ether and a body resilient enough to channel it. If I did not know better, brother, I would think that he meant to cast a spell. A spell 1,000 years in the making. A spell to end all spells.
And he cannot do it without us.
And that spell,
Mother crystals.
Open Sesame!
But if we destroy them all, we will stop not only the blight, but Ultima as well. We stick to the plan then. Only this time,
we face him together.
Well, it's a long walk to Stone here. Let's not keep Ultima waiting.
When they do the scary movie and just start slapping each other, like actually hurting each other. Well, who was it in the scary movie? Someone like broke her leg. Oh yeah, it was the girl getting chased by Ghostface, and she was like, "Oh my god, this is fake. Let me break my leg." See, what? How did we get Odin? Like, what? They said we're the budget didn't call for it. Like, what? They said we're already 700 million deep. We can't. It's too much. So true. I hate that. Also, Bev, I want to let you know the carnival game you got me. I'm already $3,000 in debt, so just gonna put that out there. But I have a nice carnival running. Okay, this looks good. Oh, this is our last one. Would have been nice to actually fight Odin for our last spot. Like, what the fuck? Like, actually, come on. So, when's Leviathan's skill tree just gonna magically show up? When it pops up right here? Where's Leviathan? Leviathan!
Is barred to us no longer.
The Skullgirls quote. Leviathan! Yes, they are so generous. Enjoy your gifted sub and ad previewing. And all the emotes. I know a lot of people like using the Jamie Lee Curtis one at other channels. Should I travel back? I feel like I should go back. Hold on. And go to the bathroom. Ooh. Let me go here. Which emote was that? It's my most used across like any channel. Like it told me in the emote thing the other day. I was like, oh. Okay, we need to buy a weapon, I think. Methinks.
Still alive, are ya? If
I'm
you're
not
about
Karen.
something, be quick about it. You'll not find a better price than that.
Oh, that's worse. Ooh.
It'd better all be here.
Ah! I got the chills. Is that a blood? How's that
Not
shit?
find a better price than that.
Oh, I know a few people in this chat that like to roll a
You're
blood.
me blind, you know.
I'm gonna have to pee so bad! Hello? I don't think there's any bad guys, so I can just let the music play. Let the music play. Okay, I gotta pee, and then we're gonna walk our ass. All right. Oh, cute. When you get said bong, please send bong pics. Okay, I'm a little chilly, so I'm gonna turn off my fan. As soon as I do that, it's gonna be hot as balls. I really wanted to say something really nasty, but I don't want to say it. Something very vulgar. What's new? Shut up. Well, sorta, kinda.
You were right, Joshua.
But anybody want to continue the conversation?
Bodies up ahead.
What's that?
Don't tell me. The only way to the capital
is through that gate, just as you surmise.
There's an army down there, Joshua.
Yes, but I don't see any dominance.
Well. We run past the enemies here because we literally DJF. Enjoy your sleep.
Then we end their suffering.
Oh, I can't walk past these guys. Oh my god.
You don't think all this is for us? I wouldn't put it past Ultima. He's made nothing easy so far.
Kill!
I needed that.
What does that say? Like, what is that? Thank you, Huda.
Joshua, can you go on? Do I have a choice?
This drink is in the way. I can't even see my abilities.
Too slow. This one. Over here. Sick 'em. Get him.
I'm so glad we just got here and I'm already struggling. Oh my fucking god. Bitch, I just got here. Okay. I'm glad.
This one's bigger than the others. And by the look of it.
Over here. Let darkness fall. All yours.
Oh my god, no. I'm gonna die. I'm glad.
Over here. Mogul, kill. Get him.
I'm gonna die.
This one.
Forgive me.
That's the first time I've died to like an enemy. It's like wandering about. I have to really redo that entire section.
Unturned soldier in sight.
Oh.
You don't think all this is for us? I wouldn't put it past Ultima. He's made nothing easy so far. Nice try.
Over here! Get him! This one. Get him! Get him! Attack!
Oh my god, wait.
Do I have a choice?
I have to do this mini boss and the other one? Oh, this is BS.
This one. Too slow.
It's all ready.
Orgle, kill! Get him! This one. It's over.
The fact that I have to do this, and if I die, I have to do it again. If I die here, I rage quit. I fear.
Joshua, this one's bigger than the others.
And Nina, by the look of it.
This thing is obnoxious. Like, why are you a big ass bitch teleporting around doing this much damage?
Say it again. Nice try.
My strength is yours. Yeah! Over here! Look down, Torgal!
Like, I'm sick.
All yours, Torgal! Attack!
Like, why? That was literally obnoxious. Thank you. Because honestly, this Odin skill tree, thank you for giving me at the end of the game when he's literally garbage. Like, I hate it. Like, appreciate it. Now they're just pissing me off. Who was coughing?
We can rest here if you like.
Don't worry, I'll be fine.
I literally thought it was like in my like IRL. Like, please stop.
Look, Clive.
By the Founder. The place is a fortress.
Are we walking there? Oh my god. Oh! This is where you need a chocobo, but guess who didn't do the side quest for it? Me! I don't care. We'll walk.
No villagers. No knights. Not even any bodies. One could almost believe the whole kingdom had turned to Kashyyyk.
You guys mind your business, I'll mind mine.
Does it bother you that we haven't heard a single human sound?
Everything about this place bothers me.
Wow. We still have so far to walk. It's such a slutty waste. Let's just assess that. Come back, Dylan.
The calm before the storm.
There's only one way into that city. Across the bridge. Through the main gate. Right into the midst of whatever is left of the late King's army. Are you ready for this?
Ooh, stretch. Feels good.
As ready as I'll ever be.
The way Jill is just a side character now when she was fully a main character. Like, it's like they couldn't decide what they wanted her character to be. It's actually kind of gaggy. They were like, we want her to be a damsel in distress, but we also want her to be a girl boss, but we also want to write her off at the end of the game. Like, what? Like, where is she? So rude. Also, the game doesn't focus on just the brothers. It focuses on the three of them. Like, Jill was there too. Like, let them clocking her tea and just leaving her out. Like, what? Vlad, thank you so much for 2 months and subscribing again. Appreciate you.
I dare not think.
Love the fit. Thank you.
Perhaps.
Thought we'd go super glamorous for the ending of this game.
So do I.
Oh, we tangled. Oh, oh, oh. We're here. We made it, bitches. If you...
The ether has claimed them all.
Let's see that we're not next.
I have a feeling they're gonna throw like 700 random enemies at us for no reason before this boss fight, so they drain my resources and make me suffer. We cutscene here. Oh, it's gonna be a dragon. It's gonna be a dragon. I already know it. I already know it. Close.
That's a behemoth.
Who would be mad enough to tame such a beast?
A drag queen. Oh. Well, it's just never easy, is it? Just never easy.
Stand back.
I feel like we could sidestep them. It's honestly a skill issue.
Get up. Here it comes.
Oh my god, we actually have to fight it. I thought there was gonna be a cutscene. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my cheese and rice. Oh.
Over here! My turn! Kill! Over here!
Hello? Thank you for the follows. Not me missing.
Stand back. I'll conjure a ward.
Me playing League of Legends.
Joshua.
So what now?
Desperate times. Clive, no.
Trust me. I'm your shield, remember?
Can we not, like, move out of the way?
This won't be a job for every.
Why don't we take the giant boulder
Would you turn to him, brother?
and move it over there?
When we fight together.
I'm glad we're doing this whole over a boulder. Over a boulder! Is it dead? Oh. No. All that for one cycle.
That wasn't too bad. That was just the beginning.
Yeah, well. I'm gonna need you guys to shake off all your wounds and, like, realize that this bitch is gonna hurt. Like, everything for the rest of the game is gonna hurt. So, like, let's get used to getting beat the fuck up. Like, let's not be a pussy about it. Why am I dead? Why did I literally almost just die? This game's, I love it, but it's starting to get annoying to me. Like, why did that do so much damage? Why am I dead? Like, seriously? Like, where is the, like, can I see what is doing damage to me? Like, gameplay clarity, please. Just a little bit, please. Oh, fun. Did he just blow his own face off? What just happened? Whatever. I'm not even gonna question it. I'm really not.
Quickly, before we're cut off for good.
If it is like the others, the entrance to the inner sanctum will be at the foot of the crystal. We're almost there.
No, can you walk? Give me a break right now, please, please. High safety. All right. Just another day. Okay, guys. You guys want to group up? Random amount of enemies number 25. Day 15. Give it up for day 15. Look, there's more in here. You'd be shocked.
This might take a while.
You'd be shocked.
Farewell. It's this one.
Yeah, I love this game, but the pacing toward... I agree, the pacing at the end of the game is shit. Like, this is shit. Like, come on. The world is ending, and we have to stop an alien from ending the world. That's all you really need to know. And the people are turning into like crystal zombie monsters. Yeah, I'm not pleased with the trope it's taking. It's literally like, world is ending, everybody's turning to, like, everybody's dying. Like, okay. Like, literally, like, how to write a story 101. What the actual fuck? When will it stop? She's back at the safe house, so she's safe. Eating her bowl of pasta. Oh my god. Do you guys wait till I get my ability? Guys, just wait a couple more seconds. I thought I killed you in the back line. Just a couple more seconds, you guys. Just wait a second. Oh, thank you so much. Okay, the late game is recommended level 40. And we made it, bitches. We did it. Yeah. I honestly don't even know what ability I have. It's been so long. I think it's this one. Don't have that one. We have this one. No, you poopy fart. You. Who you are? You. Let me guess, how many bosses over here?
Not what I was expecting.
Well. Wait, where are we going? How do we get over there? Oh.
Nice try.
Oh, okay. How did that miss?
I needed that. This way.
We did it. Okay, but actually, how do we get over there? Do we take a boat? Like, what is the T? We take a rowboat. Hey, guys. When that statue comes to life and attacks me. What is that? Okay, I was kidding. I'm scared.
That bridge will be easy targets.
Okay.
Then we better move quickly. Enough of you, are there?
Oh my god. What if we just, like, walk past them? It's like we never were here. We were literally never here.
More of Ultima's tools.
Your Game of the Year crown is slipping. Hello, Madicles. Madicles Cheapington the Third. When I walk through here and then I have to fight 500 more.
I don't see any other way.
What if we slip through the castle so we don't have to fight a bunch of... Can we just wait a second? Because we're going to run into enemies. Let me wait for my abilities to charge. Nemesis Ass Cheeks the Second. Okay. Well, I just said your username. I didn't throw some vulgarities in there with some sass. That was just kind of nasty. That's fucked up, you know? Hey, guys. Hey, guys. If I didn't have these abilities, I'd be toast. I'm glad I have these abilities. Why are we going up? Oh my god, there's gonna be a... Don't make me do this, please. Please don't make me do this, please. Please. Another fucking day, another day, another day, another day, another day, another day, really, it really is just another day. When will it stop? You should buy me Macca's. Because you mentioned it. So now you made me hungry. So now you have to buy me dinner. You're done. I love Macca's. I want a 20-piece and a chicken and a french fry. I love the french fry. Oh. I love the Happy Meal. I want the girl's toy. Enemies, period, slain. McDonald's french fries I want to shove up my ass. Like in a good way. silence. Well. Yeah, you damn right. That's a real oompa. You know what I'll never forget? First of all, you know what I'll never forget in Australia? I love Marshall so much, and like I'm so glad he's not here so I can tell the story. But I remember one night we were like, yeah, I'm hungry. And this is such like a himbo thing to do. I love him, but it made me mad in the moment. But looking back, it's absolutely ridiculous. I was like, yeah, we're hungry. Let's order food. He didn't say a word. It just ordered dinner. Like, didn't ask me what I wanted, where we were gonna get dinner. Just ordered food. Like, the food showed up. And I was like, what? Like, you didn't want to mention you were gonna... I was like, oh! Like, literally, so... He was like, I'm sorry. And I was like, yeah, I'm not, like, that mad. Like, looking back, like, I was kind of mad. But, like, looking back, it's ridiculous. But I was like, did you not want to ask? Like, what? I was so confused. The chicken nuggets in Australia, though, from McDonald's are a lot better. I will say that. Your portion sizes, though, needs work. Yeah, when I was in New York City at the dead of night, and Maddie, like, took me to the wrong McDonald's, so we had to go to another one. We were searching. Why? What is this? Every country, every state I visit, there's a McDonald's story. Hello? There's gonna be a McDonald's story with safety now when I go to Vegas. Watch. That's the goal. Like, seriously, what is this? Like, actually... Like, they're just throwing all the enemies in the game at us right now. Like, I understand it's the end of the game, but like, really? This is, like, ridiculous. Hello? Where do I go? I've never seen a burnt French fry at McDonald's. Wait a second. Of all my years of living. Oh my fucking god. It's gonna be another... I can't. I, like, actually can't. Like, this is ridiculous. Eat my hole. He burnt my cake.
Clive. Of course there's more. There's always fucking more.
Oh, I'm glad I missed. Thank you, Star Child. I do. I'm just annoyed that we're getting, like, 500 enemies thrown at me like they're throwing the kitchen sink and everybody in it. Oh wait, that's right. Raw was tonight. What happened? Was there anything interesting? Did Chelsea get some airtime? Or is she on main event again? having a mid-off.
Well done. Over here. Get him. Go for it.
Clive, you mustn't summon a creature. Not yet. So I should let the burden fall to you? Yes, you should. Save your strength for the Mother Crystal.
You guys group up. This is stupid. This is just stupid.
This one. Over here. Mogul, kill. This one. This one. Go for it. Get him. This one.
I have 2 wigs on my head and 5 pair of earrings on. We need to wrap this shit up. Stop throwing random enemies at me. This is stupid.
What must is a beat to grow so big?
You don't want to know.
I'm about to die too, so I'm gonna have to redo this whole section. I'm dead serious. I'm gonna die.
This one.
If I start any further back than that thing spawning, this is losing game of the year for me. I'm dead ass.
Clive?
Of course there's more. There's always
Clive, you mustn't summon Ifrit. Not yet. So I should let the pardon fall to you? Yes, you should. Save your strength for the Mother Crystal.
Like, I have to laugh. Like, this is so garbage, like, actually. You just have to laugh. You just have to laugh.
What monsters have eaten to grow so big? We don't want to know. This one.
It really is, like, actually. These guys really piss me off, these enemies. Like, why are you a mage, but you do like 5,000 damage? Like, it's really pissing me off. Like, tilting me more than League of Legends games at 6 in the morning. There goes all my health potions. Stupid. Stupid. I'm gonna die again and have to do this section again. I need like a shot, or like, this is just terrible. Or like, I need to smoke an entire blunt. Like, this is really just, wow. Like, wow.
There's no end to them. The whole bloody army's here.
But we knew that coming in here, but also like,
Stand back, Joshua.
I'm not fighting more. I'm serious.
Summoning Ifrit. Stop, Clive. You mustn't. We still have a long way to go. If you tap your strength here, you'll have none left to destroy the heart.
Then you'd rather die?
Come on, come. Oh wow, I'm surprised they actually gave her a character at this end part. Huh? How is she doing that without... Okay. Oh, hey!
She's not alone.
Surprised to see us.
How did you?
Gav. He told us exactly where you'd be. Even sniffed out a crack in the castle wall. And when we saw the heavens come crashing down, we had no choice but to believe him. It's been quite a day.
To what do we owe this honor?
A debt I will see repaid.
Prince Dion.
The gaze.
It's good to see you well. So,
I love my gaze.
Your uncle bade me give you a message. Listen to your heart and guide your steel true. Your father would expect no less. That is all.
Thank you.
For everything, Your Highness.
Dion, please.
You do realize the only thing we've freed so far is this wall from its foundations, right? Now, if your lord and ladyship's quite finished.
Well said, Gav. We have work to do.
But don't support Nan one.
And we wouldn't.
You mean? Let me show you me wares. Righto, here you go. Thank you. Righto, here you go. Is there else you need? Thank you. Is there else you need? All done then. You don't want me to make yours out else?
You see, Clive, we're not alone, and ours lies beyond those doors.
Proceed into the inner sanctum. Oh, this is it.
We fought long and hard for this moment. Sid's dream, our dream, is within our grasp.
We need only endure this final trial, and we shall. Together.
That's my favorite Tomb Raider game. Underworld. Very underrated. Love that one. Jed cunty looks, and it was like fun.
What it is that awaits us beyond this gate.
Hi, BKB.
And we shall face it together.
Aye.
Oh, we're all caught up in the earrings. The entanglements. Girl, just go forward. We need to go through the gate. I'm not fighting 3 behemoths than an entire army.
It's
seems our hosts would rather we remain.
No, no, no.
I will stay them.
We will stay them. Go!
Just don't keep us waiting.
Thank you.
The way it's like, yeah, we're gonna do this together, and then they stay on this other side of the door. Like, this is stupid. Oh!
Welcome, sons of fire.
No!
So, what now?
Come back.
Towards!
Oh, she's distraught. She's shook the house boot. I seriously need the Torgal plushie. I love Torgal so much. Like, Torgal's carrying this game for me.
Joshua! Joshua! Wake up!
Clive, is that you?
Who else would it be? So sorry. That whole section took me out. All that fighting. Oh.
This isn't stone here.
Welcome to our darkness. A rift between worlds wherein your kind might reflect.
Show yourself!
Grave and many are the sins of man. And we would have you know them. All of them. As fate has seen fit to deliver you home, consider this our welcoming gift.
It would seem we are trapped.
And the only way out is through Ultima. We find him, and we leave.
Something tells me I'm gonna have to fight more random enemies. I like the music here.
If you are to comprehend the full extent of your transgressions, we must go back to the beginning. When the world was still young, we visited upon it a miracle, magic, and in its light did all life flourish. Yet the price for this boon would prove heavy. A pall descended upon the land, painting the horizon black as night. Though we labored to forestall its spread, in this one endeavor we stood powerless. And so we fled, that we might endure, that we might discover a means of salvation.
But if it was magic that caused the blight,
What of the mother crystals?
I expect he'll tell us soon enough.
Salvation, alas, was not readily to be had. First, we would require a land unvisited by the stain of corruption. An unprecedented journey lay before us, one beyond the limits of our fleshly bodies, and so we cast them off. Thus, stripped to our very spirit, did we find our new paradise. A land as pure as driven snow, Valisthea. There would the true work begin, for the black crept yet behind us. And soon did we arrive at a solution, the illness having spread to every organ. There was but one escape from this fate, to start afresh.
With a new world. The one for which Barnabas labored. A paradise free from the blight where his God awaits. And where, if we only forfeit our wills and abandon everything we hold dear, humanity can join him. So, Ultima would have us follow in the footsteps of the king.
And follow we shall. For now.
Oh. Oh my god.
To forge a new world would require not only power, but a constitution strong enough to wield it. Acquiring the first would be simple. Untouched by the blight, Valisthea was replete with ether, and we had only to place jewels in her crown to claim it. Acquiring the second, however, demanded creativity. And so I cast forth the seeds of humanity.
You created us.
You can come in.
Is that not what gods do? We sowed the seeds for you, Muthos, all that you might one day blossom. And our future thus secured, we thought to slumber, though that would prove a grave mistake. For it
Lord
was said that man committed his greatest sin. He awoke. Alone in a world bereft of his God's radiance, he stumbled blindly, desperate for guidance. Finding no light, he sought to kindle his own. And from that single errant impulse was his will born. having discovered himself at last, man turned his eyes inward and found he desired evermore that which only magic might afford. So wars were waged and brothers slain for custody over that dwindling resource, and the land, she wept tears of black.
Not even following any of this.
He would condemn us for this. Surely he cannot be so blind to his own hypocrisy.
Not blind, just unwilling to admit the truth. Though we're one and the same.
Boring, sloppy, lazy. I have no idea what any of this means. Like, his voice puts me to sleep, honestly.
Is that
Ifrit, or what's left of him?
Long have our ashes lain cold for want of a spark. Cast your eyes upon them and see what you must become. Valisthea cannot endure a second claim upon her being. The avarice of man drives her ever closer to destruction. But she may yet be saved by you.
Why are we in a birdcage?
It is what you were born to do. Why we nursed you and fed you as your own mother should have. And now that you are fully grown, our Muthos, it is time at last.
Thank you for the follow, Rob.
For you to serve your purpose.
To right your wrongs. If our sin is wanting to survive, then you are as marked by it as we are. The fault is yours. Our wills were born because you abandoned us. And now, you would have us forfeit them. All for a place in your new paradise.
Do you imagine yourselves worthy of one? Mankind has no place in our world. Is this truly so difficult to comprehend? We only ever require you, Muthos, when the time comes to bid this wretched realm farewell. None shall follow, none shall remain.
What do you mean, none?
This is our world. Once the land's rebirth is complete, humanity will have served its purpose. Why would we continue to suffer that which has caused us so much vexation?
Because the land doesn't belong to you. It belongs to us all!
Oh, he gagged him.
That is where you are mistaken. You own nothing but your precious will.
Not that I'm on the side of the enemy, but Clive, what did you think was gonna happen?
Brother.
I can't do this alone.
Then And you don't have to.
Jesus Christ.
I grow weary of your dissent. Now you must learn that this master will not tolerate disobedience.
Oh wow.
My friends, my family. We have all suffered, all fought to survive. This world may be flawed. It may be broken. But it's all we have. And if we can't share it, I see only one other choice. You have to go.
You may have created us, Ultima. But it's time we lived on our own terms. This isn't your world anymore. It's ours.
Bow down, offenders, hearts be stained.
Same. The way Torgal's been vibing though, like he literally is just like, hey guys. What the? Why did the lighting change like that? Oh my. Oh. Oh. Okay. Alrighty. That's where we're at. Okay. So that's how we're gonna play it. Oh, that was nice. Okay, when that happens, it breaks the... Well, that was rude. Fuck. I didn't know there was a follow-up attack. I keep forgetting there's a follow-up.
Such foul attaint may not be sublimed through game standing. Only with heads hung low is penance paid. O wretched mortals incapable even of contrition, in fitting season shall we reap our harvest.
Thank you, Diamonds. Ow.
This one.
My GBS. I'm good. Stressing. Yeah. Allegedly. Oh no! No! Oh my god. Thank you.
Know your insignificance. Repent.
I keep forgetting this follow-up.
We will unmake you.
Thank you so much, GBS. Oh my god. Oh, that was huge. Again, I forgot there was a follow-up. It's only on PS5, so I'm playing on PS5. It says in my bio. Okay, we got another checkpoint.
Gifted this chance, and still you would raise your hand against the Lord.
What now? The darkness bends. to end us.
It wouldn't be the first time. But let's make it his last.
Your fate is inexorable. Surrender the vessel unto the darkness. Surrender it unto us.
Well, I have no health potions, so, this is ridiculous! Oh my god.
Prostrate yourselves.
Well... Oh my fucking head, dude. Oh, I'm so toast. Oh my god, I was so close to another checkpoint. I was like, oh my god, wow, this is a lot.
Your fate is inexorable. Surrender the vessel unto the darkness. Surrender it unto
Okay, yeah,
us.
do your little spiel. Like, okay, like, we get it. Like, you have abilities, we see them. I think this is gonna miss. It did. I'm gonna fucking fuck myself. Good night, Dylan. Thanks for being here. God. I'll probably still be awake when you wake up in the morning, lol. Not streaming, but my sleep schedule's out of whack. Perfect. Oh my god. I am never gonna beat this boss fight. Oh my god. I'm gonna be stuck here forever. Oh my god, please, please. I have a family. When will it stop? Stop teleporting, please. Oh my god, I'm dead. Like, he does too much here. He does too much. Not too much. Not too much. Oh my god, this is terrible. I hate this.
Your fate is inexorable.
We just run away
Surrender
here.
the vessel unto the darkness. Surrender.
Yeah, you do that.
Kneel before us.
Oh no. No. You can't have me. Not this move. Oh my god, please. Please. Make it stop. Make it stop. Make it stop. Thank you, Potato. Yeah, it's like inspired by like the Ice Queen, like Shiva in this game. Why did you turn around? Please, he's so close. Please, please. Oh my god. Please don't do the raise. Oh my god. Fuck my life, fuck my life, fuck my life.
At last.
That's definitely not the end of it, but at least we got a checkpoint. My god. I stretch my hands. This is seriously the hardest game I've ever played. It's so hard. Harder than, well, we played Elden Ring with mods and God mode, so.
Have we awaited this moment?
Someone stop him, please. I need like a vape. That stressed me out so bad.
Your struggles have made you strong, yet your soul remains heavy with sin.
Well, one of us is gay.
Absolution is nigh. Repent, and all shall be forgiven.
Well? No idea. Your guess is as good as mine. Why is Jill talking to herself? But he's talking to somebody else and Jill's just talking to herself. Okay.
Tell me, Clive, how many lives have you saved since taking my name?
Well.
Fewer than we have ruined. Wherever we go, we leave a sea of tears in our wake.
I'm crazy.
These are the wages of your will, son.
What good are our choices when all they ever bring, all they will ever bring, is death?
There's no atoning, Clive. No matter how hard you try. So why not leave it all behind?
Leave it all behind.
Leave it all to me. Sorry, it's a serious moment. Oh.
Clive!
Please, won't somebody save me?
Oh, Benedicta.
Anybody love me?
Don't show me her yellow nail again. Don't.
Yet still, she is not mine. Have I not given enough?
You're an idiot, man.
From will is born desire, and it is this
Hi,
which
Cammy.
consumes you, rendering you
Oh, the twink is back.
incomplete.
Do you not see how the world bends and warps under the weight of your hungering hearts?
Well.
What if it could all just go away?
What if it could all just leave it all to me?
Just
Can you snap the fuck out of it? Jesus. God, men are so easily influenced. Like, I guarantee you he has a boner right now, and like everything to him is just like something different. Like get a hold of yourself. My God.
Clive!
Literally, I love that Joshua was here to give him a fucking reality check, because this guy's an idiot. She's a side character now, because apparently the developers just decided to write her off TV. Like, what? I just don't get it. You think they had the voice actor whimper for the...
This is real. Wake up.
Okay, now whimper into the mic.
It's time
like,
to go
what do you
home.
what do you ask for that the voice actor to do that? The voice actor's hot too. I don't even know what I would do in the studio. I'd be shook.
That's right.
I'd be like, all right, time for a recess.
Brother.
A cold shower.
Come. Remember who you are.
Clive.
Once more, lest you forget.
Why does he keep forgetting who he is? Do you have like...
My name is Clive.
You really need a name tag.
Clive Rossfield.
You really need a name tag. I'm dead serious.
Look, Ultima.
Not that I am looking, but why does the alien have like Patrick's stubby feet? He has no toes.
And the phoenix.
He just has stubs.
Should not
Is he wearing a
have
thigh-high
been
boot?
possible.
Like,
Not possible unless.
what's that about? The budget didn't include toes.
He has been with Mythos all along. The mark of the phoenix, emblazoned upon his heart, made manifest.
7 million of you guys couldn't render some fucking feet. Sorry.
The power of creation. Can it be?
Not even 7 million, 700 million.
Truly so potent.
Still talking.
That's what I'm saying. No, clock that. Wake that tea up. Oh. Me when I moan. Like what? Mobile users be like, what's happening? Because their screen is probably in 360p. It's like... This is really magical. This could have happened a half hour ago.
This is no mere evolution, it is deviation. And herefrom does Logos rise.
He has a lot of veins on his face. The scream. Speaking of veins, I followed one of my oomphs, not safe for work Twitters, and not that it's anyone's information, but they have a really veiny... I was gagged. I was gagged. Also, no one's calling it X. We still call it Twitter. Who? What if I was like, yours? I can't say.
Wake up.
Oh, so that was all a dream? Not the dream end story trope. I can't.
Sorry to wake you, but I think it may be time to leave.
Yeah, sorry to wake you as the building is falling apart. Like, okay.
And once again, does my creation stray from the path laid
I know, I
before
agree.
Steeped in conceit, you fancy yourself a god. You embrace Logos. But we will put an
I fancy some popcorn chicken and some rice. Can we wrap it up? I'm hungry.
What are you talking about?
in the halls of origin.
Tammy, before you came in, there was an entire, like, hour of just fighting random NPC enemies. Like, I was like, this is so tired.
Complete.
It was terrible.
Mythos. Soon you will discover how little you know of suffering.
Watch, they're gonna make me go back to the main hub and they're gonna be like, okay, do a tutorial mission. And then you could go to the end game. I'll be so gagged. Oh my god, here we go. No, it's low-key losing game of the year for me right now. Tears of the Kingdom 8.
And so
this endgame sucks.
No more. Yet in their silence, a new song rings.
Like anytime this like alien thing talks, I can't retain any of anything he's saying. It's just like there's nothing coming out of his mouth. Like I don't even understand. Like I don't get it.
And back to their
just like it's like reading Shakespeare. Right out the other. Did you guys know there was a tsunami on my birthday 10 years ago? So what was that fight for? I just fought the hardest like battle of my life and it's actually for nothing. Right. That's nice. It's great.
The bloody crystal's cracked. So where the hell are they?
Not that I want anyone to die, but something needs to happen. Like, somebody needs to die, somebody needs to fuck. Like, actually something needs to happen. I've been sitting here for like 3 hours now, and there's literally been no progression.
Is that...
Am I being too harsh? I have literally 2 wigs on my head, and I'm wearing 5 earrings. I can be harsh.
What in good Grieger's name is going on?
I'm wearing a second skin right
This is
now.
wrong.
Are we back?
Clive! Joshua!
Jill!
You better kiss her right now.
Is everyone all right?
We're fine. What happened?
Too much to explain here.
Mate! We're leaving! Now!
The enemy's just standing there.
Everyone, fall back to the ship!
I will be with you anon.
Oh, you're Anon?
Thank you.
You DL on the grinder with a belly button ring? You need to get on that boat, because if I don't see a happy ending with you and Terrence, I'm gonna be mad. Okay, him just being extra, kind of live. Yes, it's the ending of a video game curse. Like, and they draw it out way too long. Happened with Bayonetta, happened with Baldur's Gate, happened with this, happened with Zelda a little bit, with that last dungeon. It's the curse. Nobody can wrap up a game in, like, the right time anymore. Like, let's, are they seriously gonna make me go back to the, guys, they're gonna make me literally, like, they're gonna make me go to Vivian. Vivian's gonna monologue, and then we're gonna have to run errands for mid or something, and then we'll finally be able to do the last mission. That's literally what's gonna happen, and I'm gonna rip my eyes out of my skin, eat them here on the live, and shit them out. Like, I can't.
I need to tell everyone what happened at Drake's Spine.
Like, what?
I'm going to need Otto's help.
Oh,
There's something about it.
not you. Not you. We're skipping everything. We're skipping everything. Don't watch. She's gonna say, go tell Vivian. Oh, so we're having a meeting.
Is this everyone?
I need to smoke a cigarette.
As I'm sure you've all guessed, the crystal which now commands the eastern skies was summoned by Ultima. He called it Origin. Though the significance of that name is as yet unclear.
What does it matter what it's called? Its emergence tore Twinside asunder and wiped my homeland from the map.
Mention of the Dominion spires can be found in the oldest of Valisthian records. But to the best of my knowledge, none provide any hint as to their true nature. That they would prove the horns of some slumbering demon. Well,
the Dominion's demise was at least quick. Elsewhere, the Republican army cannot hope to contain the chaos engulfing Randalar. Canva is in flames, and the Empire.
Our allies are crying out for answers. I've sent the curse breakers to give them what assurances we can, but right now that amounts to fuck all.
They wouldn't be able to stop what the skies have started in any case. People here and across the realm grow sicker with every passing day.
it be that this new mother crystal is like the others? That it draws upon the land's ether? It certainly looked that way from stone here.
If that were true, it would explain the hastening spread of the blight since the crystal's appearance. Would it not?
And as the land's ether slowly rises to the surface, it pools, corrupting all who cannot channel its energies. Archay above, ether floods below, and in the middle, here we languish, hopelessly entrapped.
It's all right. When we faced him at Stone here, Ultima told us his true power quickens in the Halls of Origin. Needless to say, we cannot allow that to continue. If we are to stop him, we will have to find a way into the crystal.
How are we gonna manage that then? It's up in the sky. And fast as she is, the Enterprise can't fly.
Well, multiple people here have wing powers, and they haven't used it for a while. So I'm not sure why, but we can get there. We have Garuda, we have Shiva, we have... all of the icons can fly.
Right.
Just use them to get up there, and then choke up a little blood and you'll be good. Just keep it pumping.
Same goes for you, Clive. You won't solve anything like this. Trust me. Go and get some fresh air, eh?
Yeah, I'm gonna do that after this. I'm gonna get some fresh air, alright.
Thank you.
Ah!
Joshua seemed upset.
Booty!
Ultima may have created us, but he doesn't make us who we are. Only we can do that.
We said that like 5 times.
And if he would have us fight for our survival, so be it. It's what we've been doing all along.
Thanks.
Much like Ultima himself, it would seem. His new world being naught but a means to survive. And so, we must contend to decide which of us shall inherit the land.
I'm getting a coffee cake. Fuck this.
It will mean death for us all. Of that, we can be certain. But even should he fail, what world awaits us? A withered, godless place, where our newfound freedom will most likely prove a chain in itself.
Well, that may be. But a chain can always be broken.
I'm gonna break my fucking neck if I have to listen to you guys talk for any longer.
It may take generations, centuries of suffering. And that is if everyone plays their part. But it will happen. And when it does, it will be on our terms. That is the world that awaits us.
Indeed. And what better world could one wish for?
But first, we have to reach that crystal.
Then it's a good thing I have wings.
You can barely stand, let alone fly. And only the Founder knows what horrors await in those skies. You certain about this?
Am I certain? I am the Phoenix. I will do what I must. This is our fight. Remember?
Okay.
yield. But only what you must, yes? I'm still your sworn shield.
That you are.
And what of my wings?
Can you go fly to your boyfriend and can we like
Lest you
have a
forget,
hardcore
you go to
fucking
stand against a
scene?
god.
I need that.
I would not have you succumb to fatigue before the fight begins. Ifrit, your brother mentioned that some few of the dominants who had lost their power to you were still able to prime. Is that true?
It is. But their icons no longer submitted to their will.
Then mine will have to be stronger. That you both might save your strength for the battle to come.
You don't have to do this.
If you do, there's a chance you might lose all you have left.
And what have I but regret? My life ended in the Dominion. I fear death no more. Besides, I would have words with Ultima. He has much to answer for.
Okay, well, somebody's gonna die. Wonder who it's gonna fucking be.
We are in your debt, Dion.
We can speak of debts when this is over.
All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go to the end.
He speaks like a man who knows he's not coming back. And has come to terms with that.
That doesn't mean that we have to, does it, Clive?
Time to talk to Jill.
No. Oh my god.
I only hope she understands.
If y'all don't get on that bed and fuck, I don't want to see anything. Like, it's just, please tell me she's in here.
Come to wish on a star.
That might not be such a bad idea. This is it, Jill. You know what I have to do. Why I have to do it. There's no turning back now. This is where our journey was leading us. Where it will end, for better or worse.
I could pray to Metia for you. But you'll be all right, won't you, Clive? You always are.
I did promise we'd watch the moon together.
I'll be waiting.
I'm glad they gave Jill an unanimated cutscene.
It's almost time. Better make sure I haven't forgotten anything.
Still alive, are ya?
I'm getting another coffee cake. That was good.
You'll not find a better price than that. It'd better all be here.
Thanks, I'm leaving. Bye, everyone. I hope we all are alive after I come back.
you at it. Clive, if you see me dad up there, tell him we were right to leave his legacy with you.
Sister, he's fucking dead. He's not up there.
Tell him.
Oh, if he
In the
dies.
front row.
Oh, okay.
There's no way he'd miss this.
Anyway.
Well, behave yourself, Mid.
We'll see.
Not him being like, hi.
So, you're in charge now, Gav.
And what does Tyre have to say about that? Come back before she finds out, eh?
Why is everybody crying?
Thank you, Yote. I'm sorry.
Your Grace, I shall pray for your safe return.
That's kind of you. But you should pray he took his medicine. I didn't spend all night grinding herbs for his lordship to leave them on his nightstand. Again.
You needn't fear, Lady Tyre. And thank you.
See that your brother comes back in one piece. Or, at most, two. Any more and you can heal him yourself.
I'll keep that in mind.
Well, there's nothing to say that hasn't already been said. But that's never stopped me before, so just you do what needs doing. And don't worry about us.
We'll do our best, Uncle.
That we will.
If that is all?
Not quite. Jill.
It's time, isn't it?
It is.
If you don't say I love you, I swear on my fucking life.
Take care of him.
Why is he not coming with us?
And you. You take care of her too, boy.
The way he's the carry, like, he will save your life. Why is he not coming? He clears all of you.
Don't forget, Clive. We all choose our own path. Believe in yours. I do.
I'll be back. I promise. I love you, Jill.
Finally, some good fucking development.
I know. I love you too.
You could have led with that. Damn. way so many people have died.
Now, we have a god to kill.
The music? Sorry. Kind of desensitized right now from this game. You said your goodbyes. Did you forget something? I just like I have some issues. Like I like but I don't like. Like they made Jill like this damsel in distress, but then made her like a girl boss, but like didn't. It's like her character is so flip-floppy. Like where's the consistency? I don't get it.
Here they come. Hold on, Joshua. Already am.
I just wish this was earlier. Cause this, like, I'm like annoyed. Like I probably would have cried at the I love you scene, but like, it took way too long to get here.
It's going to make us a way in.
Thank you, Gordon. Something fell from over here and I don't know what fell. So I'm kind of scared. I think it was a bobby pin. I hope it was. Well, we'll talk about our gem. We'll talk about, because this has to be the final boss. But like, we'll talk about our thoughts and opinions after, during the credits.
So
I have no idea.
A far cry from heaven.
Your best bet is just to like
Where
go.
it all began, where it all begins. Our arc.
Is to go to like a video of like full game and like going to where we're at, like Final Fantasy 15 or 16, and then
there you are.
Skimming the video. That's what I did to figure out how much longer we have.
Here that we slumbered. Here that we waited for centuries, clinging to our decrepit shell, for fear that we might have need of it once again. But you have come at last. And now we shall be truly complete.
Well,
he's your type.
There's 3 of us and 1 of him. Let's make it count.
Dominance. We will show you what it means to suffer.
The 0 damage? We are getting so gagged. It's a 3v1 and we're losing. Okay, I feel it picking up. This should have happened like 2 hours ago. Like, the pacing is weird to me. Thwarted. Thwart. Thwart, 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 thwart.
And you only surrendered, this unpleasantness could have been avoided.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we're not even gonna make him flinch, dude. Yeah, we're gagged. Spirit bomb. What if we move Clive out of the way?
Save your brother.
And then you move out of the way and don't take the hit? Don't. Come on, Dion.
I asked not for acceptance, only forgiveness.
No, come on! No! I...
Clive! Clive! No.
What about Dion? You do that to him.
Joshua. Thank the Founder.
How many times can they cheat death but nobody else? Just a question. Plot armor.
Did I mention you look terrible?
That makes two of us.
Shut up!
And Dion.
Ugh. Like, can we be serious?
Take my hand.
No, I told you, I'll be...
Come on.
Where are you gonna go?
Thank you.
Like, actually? I'm just wondering.
Press on.
Always.
Where's the light? That's what I like to see. Oh, yes. That's what I like to see. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Don't be. Please. He did what he had to do.
And it's time we did the same.
You guys could have done that so long ago. Like, what is with this? Literally, like, this entire stream, they've been like, it is time that we do that the prophecy had fulfilled us to do. And, like, they're now waiting until the last second to do that. You couldn't have done that when we were fighting 3-on-1 to fulfill the prophecy and save your friend. Okay, this is getting stupid, y'all. Game of the Year crown is slipping.
Should we stop?
No.
Because of the cough. No, I think we're past that, Clive.
I suppose we are.
That light, so cold, so empty. We're close, aren't we?
It, seems that way. But I don't want to think what could be waiting for us in there.
Then think instead of those waiting for us at home.
Well, someone's waiting at home for their boyfriend, but you guys just let him die, so... Thanks. for that. I'm sure all the incel and homophobes went up when they saw him die. Thanks, Final Fantasy developers, for killing the only gay character we've only had.
Clive. They can't be.
But they are. This is the Nexus. A wellspring of life. Yours and ours. As we watch the world stumble slowly to its dark end.
Pretty.
It was
matches me.
We pledged a new beginning. And now, with the ether we have harvested, I shall raise my kin
Yeah.
from their eternal slumber. That together, we may usher in a new age of reason.
This was never about creation. Only self-preservation. You condemned an entire world so that you alone might escape death.
Alone. Him. Alone. Clive. I think I understand. He...
Can you speak up? He what? Go ahead.
They sacrificed their flesh to become beating hearts of crystal.
Nice to see you too, Pizza.
That pumped the land's lifeblood from the depths of the earth unto this very chamber. And thus would they labor still, long after their work was done, had you not set them free.
Okay, well now we have to pause because my earring fell off of my face, so... Alright. I have some thoughts and opinions on this so far. It was fine, but the pacing towards the end is... I mean, it was fantastic until the pacing towards the end. If I'm honest.
You meant for us to destroy the Mother Crystals. It's what you wanted all along.
You have our gratitude, Mythos.
It was kind of obvious considering he was hiding in one that we destroyed, but it's okay.
You served us well. You have both served us well. Welcome home, brother.
Oh, he's toast.
I thought it was me, but it wasn't my grasp that grew weaker. It was theirs that grew stronger.
Oh, 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 oh! Oh, oh!
Joshua! No!
And now we can become one.
Okay, someone get him up. Wake him up. Oh, we're toast. Oh, we're done. We're done. I would just wrap it up. It's a wrap. We're done for.
Clive.
Don't speak. Shh.
The one possessed of the destructive flames of Ifrit and the healing flames of the Phoenix. This, I once believed, would be Ultima's true form. But I was wrong.
You better not die on me, Joshua.
I see it now. Why you will never become Ultima's vessel.
I don't care. Just hold on.
Listen to me, Clive. You remember the murals? People once knew that Ultima was their god. That he created them. And they worshipped him, prayed to him, looked to him for guidance.
In vain.
In vain. For he did not listen, did not acknowledge our will, and so we strayed from his path to forge one of our own. So absorbed was he in his own desires, so driven by his own will alone, that he shunned the one thing that could have made him truly powerful. Faith. The same faith people now place in you. Faith that you will fulfill their dream, Sid's dream, of creating a better world for us. Faith that you will follow in Father's footsteps and save those who need saving most. Faith that you will answer Jill's plea to save yourself. The difference is, Clive, that you chose to listen, and that is what has steeled our bonds. Bonds that helped you stand firm when Ultima's pull was at its strongest. His power may be absolute, but so is ours. And so will yours be. With my light in your heart, not even a god might stop us.
Joshua?
No, 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 no.
Don't do it, you'll...
Enough, Clive. My body
No.
is too far. If the wound does not take me, the curse will.
I hate this game.
I have always been proud to call you my shield. But now, it is the world that needs you. Thank you, Clive.
Ah!
For being my brother.
Ooh! god, that really got me. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, being an older sibling, this hits so different. I hate it. Ooh, I hate it so much.
Open your eyes! Open your eyes, Damien!
Oh, shut up! Stop crying like that. You're so annoying. You have to be cute and pretty and cry like me. Not you. You sound so annoying. Ooh.
And thus does the final piece fall.
I can't fight a boss after that. That sibling thing really got me.
The incantation
I'm like shaking.
primed, but one
Ooh!
task remains. To empty the vessel.
Can we just one-shot him? Like, I really can't do a boss fight right now. Ooh! I think that's the most I've ever cried on stream. That really got me. Oh my god. That got me more than that voice, the blink of an eye video game. Ooh.
Still here.
Thank you.
With me. To the end.
Oh, I wish they took Clive. I wish they did. But they know how to get the waterworks going. He's gonna like scream and be so annoying through this last section, and I would have been so with it, but it's just...
And always will. On this, my sword, I swear, to shield the Firebird's flame forevermore.
What the fuck is this? At least Torgal's okay.
Countless centuries have I waited for this moment. This moment in which I might revel in my creation. Only to find it profaned and so. It must be cleansed.
Because it's not so easily broken.
This is really pretty.
Broken. And I shall see it so. For such is my will.
Try it.
What in the fuck?
Nice try.
This is the work of my will.
Too slow.
I literally can't believe they're making me in here. Like, I'm literally fighting my tears to fight this stupid boss right now. Like, I want to text my younger sibling. Like, this really got me. I hate being a Pisces on hormones. I'm so emotional to everything.
Perhaps this will break you.
Get you all ready.
Conceited fool. Behold.
Soil and stone.
That was for Joshua.
Why? What latent force feeds these flames? I sense more here than mere will. Is this Locos? Have you truly become free? No, I forbid it. You are not a god. You are but flesh and bone. You are not one of us. I created you, all of you. And what is mine is mine to destroy.
The way that just made me so dizzy.
Perhaps. But we are no longer yours. Our flames are our own, and they burn as one!
Have you learned nothing? Damned is the slave who returns the scourge upon his master.
Oh, this is gorge. Okay, please don't kill me. I can't even find him. Where is he? is a great soundtrack right now.
Enough! With fire shall fire be repaid.
This is taking so many hits.
Your flames might consume mine.
Oh, she's taking it. Oh my god. Uh-oh, this might miss. Oh, we're good. Not what I wanted. Of course I miss. Imagine trying to code this. I know. I'm glad I'm playing it on PS5 because my PC would die trying to play this.
No. No. My will is inviolable. Something is wrong.
You're afraid. You always have been. From the moment the Blight exposed what you were, weak, you conceived us to prove otherwise. But the results shook you to the core. For in us you saw yourself, and realized we had the potential to be more than you could ever be. And so you turned your back on your creation. Your back on the world, like the coward you are.
You think you know me?
Ah!
You know
Sorry.
nothing, Logos.
That's an Edge thing.
Nothing.
WWE. You think you know me? On this day, I see clearly. So what now? Okay. Shut up, Maddie. I rise.
Bathed in light, I stand above you, my rebirth complete. And you, for your defiance, shall pay the proper price. An eternity of anguish.
Anguish. Pain. Suffering. You have known none of these. But we have. So we know what they grant. They bring us together. And that makes us strong.
Oh, we're really going into another phase. Oh, it never ends. Oh, I didn't see. Let me see.
My will be done.
No, he doesn't. You lied to me. Oh, at least he's kind of weaker in the stacker. Yeah. I said today's the finale, so I gotta live up to it. Well, it's not Minecraft, stupid. You silly goofball.
I will crush you.
Yeah, can you tell from the graphics this is Terraria? Not the Ender Dragon. Shut up. Guys, I just was like crying. Like, I still haven't recovered. And they're making me do like the most extravagant boss fight of my life. And I'm like, can I have a minute? Yeah, this is Tom Nook. Hey, you can't use that ability. That's mine. Oh, Sid.
Earth unyielding.
Titan!
Give him hell, Clive!
You cannot have this power. It is not yours to take. Trustfall.
Trustfall? Trustfall. Not Abby Lee Miller. I miss.
Good night. Let your blood run cold.
Nice try.
Light shine.
Titan!
Let your will be purged.
Nice try.
Oh my god.
Light undying.
Muhammad! That's my boy!
How is Uncle?
Ice I'm feeling.
Shiva!
Together!
Darkness unending.
Odin. Onward, my son.
No, mine is the altar at which you pray. Mine are the eyes that look down upon you all.
And yet still you cannot see.
This is kind of crazy. This is wild.
The same.
What the heck? He just regened all of his health. What'd I do? Yeah, fourth. Oh, did you? Oh, oh! The music. Oh, did you? Oh, oh! How do you guys think I feel? I literally don't even know what I'm fighting at this point. I'm glad we're keeping each other company, because I have no idea what I'm doing. Oh my god, what do I do? We avoid it here. Okay, actually what? Oh my god. Hurts my hands.
We are not the same. No man might stand beside me. Not.
I missed! That sucks. That's such a huge miss. I just missed this too. Fuck me in the ass. Like, literally fuck my life.
Witness my creation.
I just missed all of my ult moves. I'll just fuck myself. You guys in the chat right now. I'm dead. Me doing this me just crying during this most absurd fucking boss fight of my life. You guys are like, I poop, I shit, I cum, I fart. I'm dead. wish I was. Someone help me, please! This is too much. Wait, there's probably another phase after this. I can't. I'm a silly Sally. Okay. It's okay, like I'll actually just go fuck myself.
I needed that.
It's kind of like your vagina. Is in fact no. So true. I feel like my earring's gonna fall out of my ear because my ear is struggling right now. So true.
So sure of your place atop the world, you refuse to acknowledge those below. You chose to remain alone. And so you shunned the one thing that could have made you stronger. Pushed away the hands that could have raised you higher.
I do not need you or anyone.
And that is where we are different. I could not have made it here on my own. I carry with me the hopes and dreams of my brothers, my sisters. And it is they who will give me the strength to end your reign.
Cannot end.
Fantasy here is yours. And we shall be its final witness.
He said Final Fantasy, get it?
I said, it's over!
A little corny saying Final Fantasy at the end, but you know how they had to get that in. They had to be like, oh my god, he said the name! They said, hold on, let me plug that real quick. You gonna play other games? Is it over? Is it really over? Can I rest my hands? No, they're about to gag us like Bayonetta and be like, hold on, you really thought. See, he has no toes. Just has little stubby wubbies.
Tell me, what do you imagine will befall this world now that you have gained your precious freedom?
I honestly don't know. But I doubt it will be pretty. A sorry tale of sin and suffering, hardship and pain.
And it was for this that you fought so fiercely?
You fought so fiercely, yes, mama.
It's who we are.
Sorry. Well.
We fight. We survive. We endure. We don't need a reason.
Donnie, you trying to get your account banned again?
We reach for a shoulder to lean on. When we fall, we stand back up. We see the horizon, ever out of reach, and still we march on. Certain the answers lie just beyond it. Because that is our way.
Don't take his power. Hold on.
My congratulations. Relish this victory, knowing that you have but delayed the inevitable. Your world is already dead. May you enjoy an eternity.
Clive's like, I'm just gonna live out my days. And then someone could deal with that later. It's no tea. That sounds like someone else's problem. Clive literally said, okay, well, that's an issue for someone else. That's what it feels like when you eat dinner without watching YouTube. Is that dead on the floor? That's how I feel, honestly, without watching. Oh my god, please turn the lights off. Jesus. Alright, we need to pick Joshua up and bring him home. So Miss Thing can work her magic. Revive him. When he gets up. I feel like because plot armor, he's gonna be like, I'm still alive. Watch, he's gonna get up. He's literally gonna do the Trisha Paytas, get up. Okay, you can't say that because they're actually brothers. No, I know. I'm teasing. Oh, you already been canceled, baby. Trust. Shush! This is serious, guys. Oh my god. Can't believe you guys would make jokes at a serious time like that. I know. Ew! Sorry. No, I don't want to see it again. Don't make me look at it again. They really don't know how to render a baby model. Jesus Christ, that is the ugliest fucking baby I've seen in my life. That looked like the Twilight baby. Renesmee. No, bring him! She said she can revive him! Pick him up. Oh my god, you're so stupid, like, actually. Come on, Joshua. Why did he not get up? He healed the hole in his heart.
It seems Ultima's power was too great for this vessel all along. But while I have it, perhaps I can use it to set things right. And see Ultima's legacy.
What?
Bearers, dominance, crystals, magic, consigned to the flames.
I thought he was like, let me try using his powers. I was like, are you dumb?
Even if it means the end of me.
Well, no, let's not. Well,
These are our terms.
you can just leave. He could have just left and like put a bomb in there. Oh, the credits are rolling. Huh? I have more things to look at. I have unanswered stories. Of course he makes it out alive. Come on, bro. Oh, he's withering away. No, stop. What are you doing? Oh my god. No! Stop, you can't. Hold on. Stop. Hold the fucking phone. You need to stop. Wait. Stop.
Aren't you the most beautiful thing? He is, isn't he? What are you gonna call him?
Let me see, let me see.
Don't even name it Clive. That is so corny if the name's Clive or Sid.
A smile for your Uncle Gav.
Not so loud, you burp.
What? I was only...
Shh, you're scaring him.
It's all right.
Oh, Torgal. Stop, Torgal's gonna make me cry.
A sky of scattered tears, 1,000 years apart.
How does she know?
If you need a rest, I can take him.
I'll hold you to that.
The world's yours now. Yours to do with as you please. That's what Sid wanted. That's what they both wanted.
I understand that, but like the red in the sky, like how did she know? Oh, because the moon wasn't there. Because it was like, okay. Because he finally just like stopped the never-ending day whatever cycle. No, Torgal's gonna make me cry. Seriously. No, Torgal misses him! I'm literally gonna cry because the dog. I don't even care about Jill crying for him. I know, seriously, you can't make the dog upset. Please. If I see Terrence and he finds out his boyfriend's dead too, I can't. Like, they're not gonna show it because they hate gay people, but...
And thus did our journey end.
Everybody died. Bitch! Okay, kind of a gaggy ending, but also like, woo! Bitch, they all died. There were so many dead people. Like, so many people died. He was so ugly, everybody died. Okay, so my thoughts and opinions, obviously, can we get some claps for me streaming this entire game about 40 hours and always committing to a drag look with lashes, hair tucked, cinched, pinched, whatever. Can we get some celebration for that? Commotion for the dress, the looks. Thank you so much. Thank you all for subscribing and hanging out with me while I play this. Second, I'm gagged. Okay, I give it a 8.5 out of 10, and I'll tell you why. I definitely think it could win Game of the Year. I think it will win Game of the Year, but I hated the parts that it like made you do side quests as the main mission, or like it would stop the momentum of the story. Like, just make us do those if we want to, and if we don't want to, we don't have to. Like, I just want to do only things that have cutscenes. Like, I just want to see the story. Side whatever, I'll figure out later. Someone will tell me in chat or the comment section on a YouTube video. Hated that. And the ending pacing was terrible. Like, today's stream, I loved hanging out with you guys. We got 20 subs, which is awesome. But the like first 3-4 hours of the stream, and like it was kind of corny and cheesy towards the end, whatever. But yeah, I would say 8.7 out of 10. Just those sections were really grating. But like the story was pretty incredible. Like there were a lot of stories that were told. I like that they had such a big cast, but they did well on telling the story of each character and didn't like lose anybody. So I think it's a really great game. If you're looking for more of a adventure Final Fantasy game, I would pick this one up. If you wanted to play it and do the side quests like I didn't. Like, there's still lots of content you can do that I didn't play on stream, but I'm not gonna do that on stream because I rented the fucking game from Gamefly. So, and I just don't want to sit here and do side quests. It's just not my tea. Never do it, never will. Don't even ask me. It's never gonna happen. So, but I really liked it. I just wish there was more of a happy ending, but like it's kind of gaggy that there wasn't a happy ending because it was so corny towards the end. I guess it is a happy ending, but it's like a hard pill to swallow. But really good. I hope Tears of the Kingdom wins Game of the Year, but I feel like this will. Yeah, I just feel like there's so much budget put into this, and Tears of the Kingdom is great, but it's also a sequel, and like some things in Tears of the Kingdom we already seen before. This is like a fresh new game, so like it's like it's a toss-up. Yeah. I'm glad that fucking Clive said I love you to Jill. Like, I thought they weren't gonna do that because for whatever fucking reason. And I also would have liked a more of a wrap-up on Terrence and the girl he had to pick up, and the medicine girl, and the wrap-up to their story. Like, I just... Also, like, the gay storyline, how they, like, were so scared to go there, but, like, the game was already getting banned in so many countries because of the gay storyline. Just go there. Show them shirtless. Show them switching tongues, spit. Like, you're already there. Like, why not do more? Oh, I don't think so. Maybe. Isn't that only gonna be for PS5 too? Oh shit. Uh-oh. I might have to get a PS5. Anybody want to let me borrow theirs? I'm currently doing that right now. Yeah. No, I think Nintendo's rep is gonna be Tears of the Kingdom. So for Game of the Year, they usually do like one game per studio. So like they have an indie game rep every year. Last year it was Stray. This year it's probably gonna be Larian Studios with Baldur's Gate. This year I think, but there's too many games. Like they're not gonna do 2 Nintendo reps. Like there's too many categories this year. Like it's just too shrouded. Like there's so many games that could win it. Like Starfield will be nominated. It'll be the Bethesda's rep. Spider-Man will probably be Sony's rep, and this will be Sony's rep. There's just so many games that came out this year. It was kind of a stacked year for gaming, so I don't see 2 Nintendo reps. Especially 2D Mario game. Like, Odyssey was deserving of Game of the Year. Mario Wonder is not. I can already tell you that. It's a 2D game. It's not... It's... Stand up to this? This was $700 million. 40 hours of cutscenes. Fully animated. Mario Wonder, you just get to see Mario turn into an elephant and have an elephant cock. Like, I'm gonna play it and it's gonna be good, but it just doesn't... It's just not how they nominate stuff. I'm kind of mad everybody died, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not mad, but I'm just like, wow, they really did that. What do you think this will win? Definitely soundtrack. I think adventure game, if this is nominated for action or adventure. What are these called? This is JRPG or RPG role-playing game. Oh, maybe, no, I think Baldur's might take role-playing game. Maybe that'll take strategy game. There's a lot. Like, I'd have to see the categories. We'll go through like we did last year and do our votes on stream. But that's still a couple ways out. Yeah, it was stupid. The whole gay storyline made me mad because, like, it just seemed like they were trying to get brownie points for putting a gay couple in. Like, and they stood their ground and being like, we're not taking out the gay scenes, but it's like, you guys could do better. You're already there, go further with it. I don't know, that's just my tea. Oh, yeah, I could see that. Family game. But this was, like, crazy. Like, I have really never played a game like this. Like, Bayonetta kind of, I could see the tease in it, like, the battles in Bayonetta, but this really took it there. Like, Nintendo kind of wishes that they put that much budget into a video game, because God knows Nintendo doesn't want to put money into any goddamn video game to make it perfect. They're just like, yeah. Especially that whatever his name is, Kamiya. He has me blocked on Twitter. Fuck him. Stupid ass. I'm glad we beat it though. This game was hard. I don't think I've played a game this hard. Like, I couldn't mod it to get myself God mode or any items. That I can usually do that on PC. But like, this was hard. This was like Elden Ring's level shit. I was like, damn, oh my god. Yeah, I might try Starfield. Like, we might do an out of drag because I've been streaming in drag so much lately. We might do, because my glasses are supposed to be like my new prescription glasses that are cute. We'll maybe do a stream, like, just like cash out of drag variety stream in the next couple days, because today kind of wore me out and I'm gonna be scrubbing my face for a couple days. So, and I've been really on like a League of Legends kick, so maybe I'll do like an out of drag League of Legends stream. If you guys want to see that on YouTube, let me know. Probably won't upload it, but if you do, let me know. And like Texas Chainsaw, just grinding out some games. I feel like those streams I don't really have to care about, like doing drag, like Naraka, League, Texas Chainsaw. The story games I'd rather be in drag for. I know, I said I was gonna do Sweats and Smoky Eye this entire playthrough and I didn't. I mean, props to me. I was given puss this entire playthrough. Forgot how to swallow again. I keep forgetting. I know. Well, Elden Ring had really good ones. Like, I really liked Elden Ring. Like, I was thinking maybe, like, our next story game, I could do God mode for Sekiro Dies Twice. Was that one game of the year a couple years ago? And I never have gotten to experience it. Not that I would do any of the side quests again, but maybe just, like, do it to experience that it was the game of the year, like we did with Elden Ring. So I like to know the know. Like, I want to know the intel. So, maybe we'll do that. But I'm not really sure. We do have Fae Farm on the 6th. So I know that's our next step. And then we have Borderlands Anniversary next week. I'm going to see if I can get mods for it. I don't know even if that's allowed because it's a sponsored stream. But I kind of want to see some of the men in their underwear. Yeah, that comes out the same day as, what's it called, though? Mortal Kombat. So I'm like, It does come out on Game Pass, so I will be able to play it, but I'll probably wait till October to do it. Because I also probably want to wait to get mods for it because that game is so hard. Wait till they come out with a God mode. Because that game was pissing me off. I was really liking the atmosphere, but goddamn. Yeah, I don't know why they're making it come out on the same day as Mortal Kombat. Guess it was just a coincidence. Yeah, when is that coming out? I want to play Pokemon. I miss it. I want to play another Pokemon game. Like, I miss playing Pokemon on stream. Like, I miss the Pokemon atmosphere. Is it for Xbox? Yeah, it's an Xbox exclusive, Lies of P. 13th of what? This month? Or next month? Wait, you're kidding. The Pokemon DLC literally comes out this month? Y'all wanna give me... Y'all wanna Venmo me? Damn, I didn't know it was that soon. Oh, no, not Mortal Kombat, no. Lies of P. Not Mortal Kombat. Are you winning? We just beat the game, Joy. How you doing, Joy? You looked hot the other day. I see the pics on the TL. Also, Joy's posted those thirst traps on the TL. Oh my god, I'm fanning myself now. Joy's been putting in work. You're slaying fierce. I'm sopped in sweat right now, though. I can't. You know what I'm kind of giving right now? I'm kind of giving that, Hades from that movie, that Disney movie. Oh, I did that to myself. How many credits do you guys have? Halloween is coming, though. Are you guys excited for my photo shoots? I love Halloween. I am the Halloween queen of Twitch. That's not true. I'm just making shit up. But I love doing Halloween. I'm gonna do... This year, I'm gonna do, like... I'm gonna go all out. Like, last year, I was in a very abusive relationship. Then I went to TwitchCon, and he broke up with me at TwitchCon because he was cheating on... It was so confusing and stupid. I hope he rots. Anyway, worst weekend of my life. Worst Halloween of my life. This year's gonna be crazy good. We're gonna do, like... makeup tutorials and, like... So, like, I'll do the makeup. I'll stream in the makeup, but before then, I'm gonna, like... record myself doing the makeup so you guys can watch the process of it, and then like the photo shoot process too, like kind of like behind the scenes, which will be really cool. And then we'll stream some games. I don't know what we'll play, probably a lot of like stupid games, because I don't want to play story games this year. Last year we did a bunch of story games and I felt myself like getting like rushing myself, which I don't want to do. Maybe we'll just like play DBD all month. Like I don't even know, like we'll have to do something. Texas Chainsaw, DBD, some games will have Halloween events. We'll do something. I know Naraka's gonna have a Halloween event, so we'll definitely do that. That was on my look list for last year, but I had to buy my TwitchCon stuff. And I did again this year, and I am running low on funds, but I'm waiting for multiple checks, so I'm hoping I can get the Halloween stuff in time. Hi, Joy. Is she? Oh, yeah, I think I saw my friend text me that. Did you see my username on Angel's stream the other day? I changed my name to Busty Blonde on Naraka. And I'm almost at Platinum. I'm 20 points away from Platinum ranked. I've never been Plat in a video game before. Yes, I'm so for that, Joy. I really am. I really am. Revive the group chat. I'm with it, seriously. I'm gonna be there Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and I'm leaving early Sunday. I'll be there Sunday, but I'm probably gonna be out of drag just doing like my goodbyes. Because I'm gonna leave my stuff at the concierge and then I'm just gonna go to the con and then be like, what's up? Hi, doing my last rounds, whatever. I like want to hit skip, but like I don't want to hit skip because there's like a post-credit scene or something. So we just chill here. I don't even know what my TwitchCon looks are gonna be, but I know I'm gonna have a hot man be my bodyguard the entire time. His name is Curtis. He's one of our mods. Because last year some people were a little too weird, so I said, take a work trip and help me out. Some people were really weird last year. Really weird. Could you imagine? I'd be like, oh! I know, yeah. I'm waiting to get my looks. I want to wear a cape this year. I told you last year I wanted to wear a cape and then I didn't. So I really want to wear a cape this year. What was I gonna say? Fuck. What were we talking about? Oh, I really want to play more DVD and like multiplayer games, but I don't know how to play with on stream. I feel awkward, like, how do people do that? How do people are like, oh yeah, come play? Like, I have so many streamer friends that play, but I don't know how to be like, hey, do you want to like come with me on stream? I feel awkward doing that. It might seem like I'm a personality and like so out there that I could do anything, but I'm like shy. I'm so bad at sending text messages. Like I'll never respond to them because I'm scared, and then I'll never send them because I'm scared. Like I'll never like, I'm terrible. I know, I could just text anybody, but I'm just stupid. But I want to play like Texas Chainsaw and like DVD. Like I actually would be interested in playing DVD on stream. Especially for like October. Because like I just said, I don't want to like feel the stress. And I'm like really into DVD right now. I don't know why, I just feel that itch. So many games right now, I'm like, I feel the rush. Addicted to your video game. Oh, I can do this. Well, there were still so many credits, Jesus. I still haven't played the Mario Kart DLC. We should do that soon. As a stream. There is a post-credit scene, I told you so. If I see Ultima, I'm gonna go crazy.
Every time.
Will you light it?
Yes, Mother. Come on. If only I had the flames for an icon.
Icon? Have you been reading that silly story again? Magic belongs in fairy tales, and fairy tales don't boil kettles. You see? Well done.
Not too much. It's not a fairy tale.
And play with your brother until supper.
Come on, hurry, hurry. Right.
Oh, a puppy. The fire in the house makes me so ill. Trauma.
Right, let's play the saint in the secretary. No, I don't want to be Madhu. What do you want to play then? War of the Icons.
But Joshua wrote a book.
Right. And I get to be a freak. Why? I'm the older brother. Because Bahamut says so.
And they live happily ever after. Excuse me? But where one journey ends, ... When it's like, okay, you finished the first part of the game. Oh! Well, shout out to everybody. I had fun. Well, that was a wild journey. But where one journey ends, ... Well, that was it.